As we await the first submission for this session of Viewer Levels, we are going to look at something published in May by Minibarf, who is a maker who came to my attention earlier this week and who has been making some pretty fascinating stuff all around. So let's take a look at King Zing's Barrel Beehive, which has a little music note on it, which is promising in its own right. And it is described as the recently discovered unpublished DKC2 Beehive stage. It's simply divine. Okay, let's go on a climb. Okay, so here's a big K right there, K for Kong. It looks like this is going to demonstrate quite early the concept of the platform being able to push you through the bumper. That looks like it's going to be important. How it's a little bit of an introductory check. Ah, I see. Okay, not only does it push you through the bumper, but you'll need the bumper in order to spring up there. That's a very interesting trick, actually. Oh, I see, because it's buried under a donut block. But it's also buried under semi-solid, so I think you actually just need to hold jump coming out of the bumper, and there you go. Sneak in, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we'll need to jump directly into that and use the momentum coming out of that trampoline. New world up, okay, great. Let's take a look. Yeah, I hope you've been doing well lately. I'm keeping busy with the streaming. What am I doing? Okay, I'm trying to climb on the vine. Okay. I was not paying attention to this at all. Kind of fussing around with the trampoline mechanics and not really paying attention to what I'll do with them. So we'll let that come down. Oh, I see. We need to... Well, I wanted to hold up and cling, but didn't seem to do the grab, so we'll have to learn how that goes. Okay. Maybe I need to do something to adjust my landing here, because holding up going into the vine is not really doing the trick, so maybe I need to follow the marker and let it go a little bit forward. Yeah, there we go. So it seems like there is a certain amount of time that we wait for that to become available. And follow the jittery movement of the vine, and whoops. Okay. Alright. Yeah, just as a matter of pacing and difficulty tuning, that would be something that you would want to collect some information on, so I'd be quite happy to take a look at that. Yeah, I have not really played around with the World Maker at all, but that's just for lack of levels to populate it with. I work very slowly, and I have not really been making lately. I have something new that is just about done, but we'll see how soon I put that up, so. Onward we go into Beehive. Oh, I totally did not climb that, but that's okay, because I have some vines and one panel down here. Okay, this must be a reset pipe of some sort. Can't imagine it being anything else. Hey, N. Stedman. Welcome. Okay, so this is going to be a big X, and that is redo, so very gentle reset. I see, because we needed to grab onto this and not drop down to the lower level in order to have everything spawn while on screen, and also head up to that platform up there. Okay. And the conveyor belts are designed so as to discourage you from trying to run out of that location if you do indeed fall. Okay, so... Pokey, what do I do with... Looks like... I see. Just across directly. Oh, I seem to have missed the opportunity to get boosted through that bumper. It seems like there is a bit of a time limit on when I can use that track. So yeah, and Stedman, thank you for the submission of the 20-second speedrun. We had a world submission from Sneakin ahead of you, so hopefully not be too much of a wait. But, you know, the night is young. Just started up. Get to everything soon enough. Yeah, definitely the fact that it doesn't keep progress for stages already cleared is a bit of an encumbrance when it comes to tuning the worlds, I think, but especially if people send them to me and I inevitably expose some fixes that they want to do. But might as well get that all polished up, so. Hey, Jay Cool Guy, welcome. Thank you for Halls of Valhalla. Oops, I gotta pay attention to this. And okay, we still have plenty of time remaining despite all the points of failure so far. And we'll move forward. Dodge the bogey. There we go. There we go. Long last. Now it looks like we should move forward. And here's another boost location. There we go. Nice and accurate. Yeah, I guess when you're on the upswing, it is actually a little bit troublesome to land on the line properly, and hence the guidance that the level gives you for landing a little bit late. Jay Cool Guy, it's going well. I hope you're doing fine as well. It's nice to see that Mario Maker continues to do so many levels for me to get through every time I get on stream, so certainly never at any risk of running out of content here. Okay, let's boost our way up. Yeah, Jay Cool Guy, 2 ahead of you. Sneakins was a world submission because we're testing some things there, so it might be a little bit of a wait, but we'll hopefully get to you soon enough. And Sneakins, thank you so much for the return of your support, the continuation of your support for this channel. I appreciate that very much. We're going to start bringing in some actual sub-privileges pretty soon, I'm sure. I've been saying that for a few weeks, but like we're actually going to do it at some point. Particularly as we get into late June. Because we've got some pretty interesting Mario Maker programming that will probably be coming up as we get into the month. I missed my window of opportunity yet again. But yeah, as you've no doubt discovered on your end yourself, that just running a sort of small-scale stream in Mario Maker has just been a very supportive experience. It's a very lively community in so many ways. And so things have basically kind of grown here faster than I've been able to take care of them on the administrative side. But and it's not like this is a particularly big or fast-growing stream, but you know, by Mario Maker standards, you know how it goes. Okay, we really got to fix this up. I've just been a little bit too slow getting onto the moving platforms that push me up through the bumper. Some really interesting momentum mechanics all around this level, though. These trampoline platforms are, of course, meant to simulate the barrel blasts in DKC. This is a DKC-themed level. Hence all divine climbing, but also the barrel cannons that are being emulated here. Whoops. Oh, whoops. That's unfortunate. And that is a death trap. Okay. We haven't actually looked at what was up there on top. I don't know if that was actually accessible, and I suspect it isn't. But on this initial climb. Continue. Whoops. Up we go. Whoops. AMC Bray, welcome back. Oh, Palace of Punishment. Yes, that's right. Now, I don't know if people have done any more meaningful progression on Palace of Punishment since I last saw it. Because, of course, we didn't manage to get very far, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm no longer actually screening out sort of duplicate codes, so I don't necessarily track which levels I've just kind of given up on. But I don't mind resubmissions. It will kind of depend on how we're feeling in terms of how long we stick with something we have seen previously, if I'm not really able to progress much further. But we didn't really get that far last time, so we'll see how the Palace of Punishment goes this time around. And that's assuming, of course, that we get past all this first. We've been a little bit slow on that track, and I think it's a little bit tricky to read that time pressure there sometimes. Oh, there we go. That should be plenty of time. Yeah, because it gives you 3 platforms. Luckily, the vines that catch you up top are pretty good about triggering on time. Okay, so this was what we had trouble with earlier. We do need to catch this very first one here and then jump backwards. Maintain height in order to slip under the Poke Stack. Okay. What was that about slipping under the Poke Stack? There we go. There we go. And then up we go. Oh, whoops. Go back down again, and look at the trampolines up top, gating the last pipe. That's an interesting way of doing that. Okay. Okay, here's the music segment that was promised by the music note from the start. Okay, a little bit slow there. It seems like we did need to get ahead and get into the main screen. Someone did beat it, okay? Well, congratulations on them, AMC, for the first clear. But spawning right into the fast auto-scroll, that's something that we'll need to sync up with a little better. There we go. And there we go. And yeah, it seems like we do need to go fast. We were a little bit slow there, but the auto-scroll outpaces the pace of the vines on tracks, and so creates this really interesting sense of motion in terms of momentum, because you'll notice that these are already the high-speed jump blocks that have wings on them, and yet with the fast auto-scroll speed, relative to that motion, you're still outpacing them, outpacing the vines, and so basically have this continuous background scroll going on. Okay. Climb all the way to the right. Yeah. And then get on that as soon as we can. Okay, looking good so far, but we'll need to board a little faster. Oh, you gotta go to bed. Okay, that's fine. No worries, AMC. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Let's not jump prematurely this time. Down we go. Forward we go. Wow, this really pushes you. Oh. Okay. Oh, well, I don't know why I was gunning for the POW blocks there, as though something was going to spawn out of the music blocks. That was clearly not going to happen. But I guess we just get used to tapping everything in sight when you're going at high speed like this. Okay, forward. And let's race on ahead. Definitely a bit tricky to gauge momentum sometimes. But the platforms down there are actually fairly generous about pushing you forward. And okay. Now. And yeah, just have to race this again. Really quite committed to the DKC theme here. Yeah, we'll just get on the forward vine right away. Not sure I like that particular push right there. I mean, it is meant to encourage you to get on that later platform right away, but we're bunched up right at the edge of the screen, and given that everything is calibrated around both the track timing and the auto-scroll, you don't really have much flexibility there. You really do need to get pushed. It does push you rather generously into the next vine, at least. I don't feel like that's tight or anything. But maybe just a little bit claustrophobic. Okay. Yeah, because you need to go right away. Like that. And then N. Oh, I see. The K-O-N-G letters, right? The Kong tiles. Okay, so that's going to show you the music track. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is basically a straight music segment, as far as I can tell, but it's going to activate, and then we will have the B-Boss, I'm sure. Yeah, the Pokey is meant to be the B-Boss. Whoops. I needed to boost over it. I'm sure I missed it. Welcome. Thank you for coming by again. Hope you are doing well. Alright, so we will get the custom music scrolled in, and proceed to the Pokey B-Boss here. Okay, we kind of missed the opportunity to get over it on the first round. I see, we really did need to go fast. And just continuously dodge, by the looks of it. Because otherwise the panel is going to tuck us upwards, and that'll be the end. End of all that. Everything quite carefully synchronized here. Let's let it go up on that side. Now it's back. I think this must be timer based, but notice the spiny projectiles that are coming down. I did see that, I just didn't really plan around it accurately. It looks like a timer-based dodging fight. I am pretty sure that's what's going on, and I can't see it being anything else. Alright, so let's back in here. It really does feel like the DKC fights in terms of scale. In terms of the space that the boss is taking up and what commands are on dodging itself. Gotta be timer-based, right? It must be. Oh, I see. The Pokey is gradually being reduced. Oh, that's a really neat effect, actually. We blew it, but that is a really neat effect, that the Pokey is slowly getting unsnacked. And when it finishes unsnacking, then that will be the kill. It took me a few cycles to notice that that was indeed what was going on. But now it is abundantly clear. I wonder if it's something like a shell interaction that's doing that when it's going off screen. Oh, whoops, a little bit late there. Was waiting on spiny projectile. Okay, forward we go. Load in all the custom music, and once more. Yeah, gotta give it plenty of room. Eventually, in some of the later cycles, we will in fact want to go over, because that is how the synchronization with the projectiles is going to work. The spikes from the spinies. Thank you for the follow. Indeed, it is time to cease. Okay. Definitely have to land right on the edge there. Hold jump all the way. Very full jump out of that trampoline. Have any options besides that? Okay, nope. A little early. Yeah, we were one hit away originally. Providence to profane the goddess. Okay. That sounds incredibly interesting. Like a fight out of Bayonetta or something, you know? Taking on one of the angelic virtues. And we'll boogie cycle around. And everything's fine so far. This one will force us to go over, and that's fine. Oh, shoot. Managed to flub that one directionally speaking. Almost there. Yep. Not even the biggest oof we've had so far. You get lots of those around here. Yeah, you really do need to hang tight with the intended direction when you do that barrel blast jump that is meant to emulate with the trampolines. And it can feel very tight, depending on how you do the jump. It is a very... Oh, we should have gone up on that cycle. It is a very unconventional interaction that, of course, this level spends most of its first two segments teaching you. But still, definitely feels like a little bit of a tight landing zone every time. You really need to lean into that with the fullest jump you can muster. Oof. That's actually oof 3. We had oof number 1 before you came in. Okay. So yeah, when it is a 3 stack, we have to go over. We just need to remember that. And okay, so far so good. Three stack over here. Oh, that was close. And I see, yeah, it's the dip that unstacks it gradually. That would have given us access to either key door. We didn't really need to get in there, but do that anyway. Okay, let's take a look at sneak in. Gonna be a 7, J7. RNF. N1H. Okay, so Sneakin' is up to 6 worlds, 30 courses. This was a world submission, so let me just pull up the rules for those of you who are new here. That I am kind of playtesting the difficulty tuning at least of World 1, and we'll see what we can get through in a reasonable amount of time. I will hopefully not keep you folks waiting for too long, but we do want to kind of see how the bank of lives and the clear time is going to go, so. Take a look at the latest edition of Super Sneakin' World then. Now, I don't know how many of these I might have played before. That's a very interesting drop-off of 31 to 2 between the first two levels, and that'll give us a bit of a clue as to how many people have stuck past the first one. We have a bank of 64 lives. 64 lives, which we are able to count, of course, on 6 fingers. Okay. No. I mean, fairly simple. We just need to maybe not be so careless about lives. So we're playing this in world format. Okay. Yeah, pretty simple and consistent interaction here. It looks like, well, we can't slide in SMB1, so we'll just need to... Nice. Full jump all the way through. Okay, pretty straightforward piece so far. And, whoops, lost momentum there. I knew I was going to be in trouble as soon as I lost momentum. Okay. And up we go. So far so good. Checkpoint. Yeah, we'll take the mushroom. That hit buffer could indeed be very useful. Now we need to do this kind of climb, and thankfully that's not going to be too long. We get in through the pipe. Okay. Oh, that's going to be a lower path, and it looks like we'll ultimately want to take the upper path. Ah, Fire Flower, we'll take that. Can. Maybe a tall order. We try to build momentum off the ice block at the end there. That maybe not right approach. Like it was just something that may be better off as a mushroom, but hang on. Of course, we're just going to attempt this. Almost. Seems like a power-up that really does want to be a mushroom. It's okay, we'll skip it. Although maybe this would have made it easier. We would have had to slide back here anyway. Okay. Forward we go. Really should have thought about grabbing the coins, actually, since we're tuning this around the expectation of doing the whole world. And that's the end right there. Okay. This might have been an earlier piece that was tuned around being reincorporated into the world format, but yeah, pretty simple platforming progression. Lonely Mountain Expedition. Yeah, knowing Sneakin' Snow might have been an earlier one indeed, so yeah, we're not going to do too many at once, for those of you wondering. At the very most, we're just going to do World 1. But it kind of depends on difficulty, so... Wild Horses. Okay, I feel like I might have seen this one before, but... We'll knock this over. That's right. Oh, maybe we haven't. There's a lot from Sneakin' that I actually have not caught up on because the vast profile. Whoops. There we go. Luckily we can get back up. Okay, okay. Let's ride this over. Need to stay a little bit on the right side in order to pull, push. Oh, there we go. No, spin jump. Almost flubbed that completely. There we go. 10 coin. Let's get these folks race all the way over to the right side. Oh boy. Hey, Pandaz, or Pandas ZZZ. Panda spin jump. Whoops, no. I wasn't paying attention. I was just going for the question block up there, which... What was this again? Ah, yes, 1-up, okay. Well, playing this as a world, we might as well grab every life that is easily there for the taking. Okay. And thank you for the submission. I see how that got pushed earlier, yeah. Oh, okay. Can be a little bit finicky because you have to stay consistently on one side of the mole. But yeah, looking forward to 10-second Piranha Plant speedrun. Oops. Okay. Probably should have just stayed low instead of doing the high spin jump all the time. You recommend going fast, yeah. Just kind of staying on. Oops. Too busy collecting all these coins, of course, which is how we play. But yeah, the thing to plan around mostly, I think, is just when the mole spiny stacks actually click into each other. When they run into the next one, that throw me off slightly, but see what you mean by recommending that I go fast. We're sometimes a little too methodical for our own good. So, whoa, yeah, you see, click right there. Don't ride them, just skip. Okay. Well, I mean, that's turning out to be a very convenient one-up placement, for sure. Can't track just how badly we're doing. Okay. Okay, ride. I see. Yeah, trying to get enough height there, and that did not go well at all. I was thinking on the first bounce that I wouldn't have height to clear the muncher, where the death markers are. From people who clearly got a little bit clipped. Whoops. Okay. Do this again. Give them a little bit more space, perhaps. Yeah, riding them by themselves is not really that hard at all, as long as you are watching the mole position. It's more reacting to the unstacking effect when it does happen, because it's something that can come as a little bit of a surprise in terms of determining when they unstack and when they don't. Oops. Yeah, I can just go before the mole pops, that's absolutely true. Don't always trust the distance that I get from a spin jump, even if it is a spin jump on the enemy that propels you so far forward. But yeah, looking at the spacing now, I get it. Oops. Okay, no, I should have gone on that previous attempt. Should do a bit of a short bounce if I can get enough height there, because the other stacks come in hard and fast if I miss the first window of opportunity there, so it's going a little bit too cautiously. Okay. Got a bit of a push. There we go. Almost never bounce on that little guy before I come by. But, whoops. Interesting landing there. Yeah, I'm enjoying this as well. It's sort of interesting in that, like, if it were just about to bounce, it would be trivially easy. But because you need to plan around the ways in which this could go wrong, the ways in which it could go wrong are pretty unconventional, I think, when it comes to how Mario technique could possibly fall apart. And you need to be very quick. Now, sometimes the unstacking happens while I'm in midair, you see, and because I'm in midair, I don't actually have enough airtime to adjust accordingly. I really just need to keep a safe distance between them, and I do see why you recommend going fast, because, you know, sooner or later, because of the mole positioning following you, the Spinies will inevitably get bumped. That is something that will happen. Yeah. 23-second world record? Yeah, we're not doing that. That's not happening. But it is good to know that it is tuned in such a fashion that that is possible. That's something I've always respected very much about the DKC games, and also one of the new Mario games is that, like, how well tuned they are with the expectation of potentially speedrunning them in mind. It seems like you really do need the upward boost from when the mole pops out of the ground. Like, if I miss the first window there, then that just does not give me enough height at all. Yeah, it's always nice when things are tuned in such a way that a fast route is not only present, but, you know, feels nice and tight and feels very good. Yeah, for the third one, that's right before heading up to the Muncher at the end of this segment. It seems like I do need to short bounce first on the landing. Because if I don't, then I just don't have the synchronization I need to bounce off the Spiny when it is at its maximum height. We'll see. You would imagine that it's not that different from, you know, the spacing that you need to get those high coins there. But it kind of is, and look at them unload the Spiny from one to the other. And of course the Spiny would have run off from there on because it was at that point completely unstacked from the Muncher. Okay. We actually have a net gain in lives here, I think, because of the 1-up refresh, and everything else we're able to pick up or bounce on along the way. Alright, let's do this again. Oops. Okay, let's do this. And forward. There we go. Yeah, we have plenty of space, actually. Why I was hesitating that much. Yeah, but the mutual bumping that goes on between them is definitely the hardest thing to play around at this level. I imagine that it would be significantly easier, and indeed maybe too easy, if there was something like, you know, a tile that would block the movement of the moles and kind of keep a minimum separation. It looks like the collision is supposed to be the failure point here in terms of difficulty tuning. Here we go, finally. Something is going to pop out here. No, we'll just go for it. Okay. Oh, we should have gone for it. But it looks like this is just going to circle around, and there's a checkpoint that we can earn and say hi. Well, hi to you as well. Yep. Love that little setup there. And yeah, we should have chased it. But yeah, we needed to chase it. That's okay. We'll just reset this. Okay. Now, because the blocks blew up, does this actually reset properly? Yes, it does. I assume that you're using the vine blocks for that. Just as a matter of quality control and a reset. Whoops. Alright. Forward we go. No, wrong way. Reset. Oops. Okay, that's one way to reset. It is the same position. And up we go. No. Sure, we'll take the 50 coin. And the 1-ups. And the 1-ups. Don't know if those were placed with the world system in mind. To give a bit of an extra buffer. Whoops. That was unfortunate. I should have just made a run for it. You know. Those are the kinds of decisions we make. No. Wrong. Wasn't having trouble with that previously, but we'll just make a bit of a net profit in lives here. And take another crack at it. Oh. Did we despawn? We despawned, okay. Gotta reset. Yeah, you really do need to chase that with a run. I can tell that this is tuned around fast play. We were saying earlier with that 23-second record. And should definitely be thinking faster as a player in order to have everything just work as a mechanism. Oh, whoops. Now, I would assume that some of the distance here is set up in such a way that the shell setups would actually kind of be consistent relative to when you scroll them in. Because it does seem like, you know, there have been some decisions that are made here with the horizontal spacing in terms of like why it's at risk of despawning, why it's going that far. Whoops. I would imagine that's based on just getting everything spawning in such a way that it doesn't break. But we'll take a look. And, oh, no. Flipping it too high every time. Would you need to be confident about clipping it on the left side and yet still being able to get over that muncher? A little bit afraid of pushing it on the left. It shouldn't be. There we go. Oh, no. You need to run after it. I keep giving it just a little too much distance. Losing momentum right there. Okay. Nope. No, nope. We'll farm some lives. Whoops. Yep, just got to get used to pushing it and yet being able to clear that obstacle. Yeah, then after a little bit of effort. Nope. A little too high every time. Being overly cautious. Overly cautious about height, overly cautious about speed. Okay. No. Yeah, just, seems like you really do kind of have to learn the hard way to run after it every time, and I don't know if it gives you enough of a safety zone to sort of just continue dashing when you land. Because I'm a little bit wary every time of hitting the shell directly. Yeah, it's supposed to be that way for sure. I had to land to the left, land to the left, push the next one to the right. And I would assume after the push, I need to land on it, but I don't really see where the landing zone is going to be. Whoops. Okay, we'll just push on a little further. Okay. No, that has to be a high bounce, I think. That's not a push. Unless I just have to... Yeah, no, that's gotta be a bounce. For sure. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to re-land on that shell continuously. We'll take a look. Nope. Yeah, at least we do have the benefit of a reset, because that one is a bit of a point of inconsistency for me to play. That's just reading this way too cautiously, yeah. Being afraid of the muncher. The way that some people are just afraid of the ball, or in this case, afraid of the shell. I think part of that just comes from a little more fluency with how the hitboxes on the big shells work in terms of, you know, and just a 2x2 enemies in general. I still don't see how that's supposed to work. Because I'm clipping it on the left, and I'm not getting enough distance there to actually bounce on top of it and re-land. Clearly, I think I'm just getting in there a little too far to the left. Because it feels like my only option there should be to land on top of that shell. Lost your internet? Yeah, no worries. We have not progressed meaningfully. We've just been clipping this shell on the right side way too often, and missing this dash way too often, and we have not yet figured out what to do with the high shell there, because I keep picking it with no apparent landing zone, and I think I'm supposed to land on top of it, but I haven't been able to achieve the distance that is required. Hit max momentum, hold right, yeah. Okay, I see. But then I need to jump accurately onto that, or maybe I should be jumping into it before it returns and gets trapped? I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it is sort of supposed to be timed around going fast, and I think I'm breaking it like crazy by kind of stopping and restarting every time I kick something. Yeah, level's been saying hi to me quite a lot lately. Okay. So, sneak in just as a matter of time. I am going to clear this one. I will probably move on right away after that, but if you are able to stick around and resubmit, I'll continue, and I may do a bit more of an extended run of your world on one of my non-viewer level streams as we get into the weekend, but I haven't really made plans around that yet, so we'll see. But for this particular submission, I'm going to end on this level, and we can sort of look at more of the world as we proceed. I mean, you know how it goes around here. You see me do this all the time, so yeah. And that's just because we've been, you know, failing on this one spectacularly, doing that way too often. Yeah, just have to learn to play fast. Oh, it's not giving me one-ups anymore. Interesting. Thought that was our first sight of it on this attempt. Hey, Rick Tendo. Hello? And welcome. Oh, okay. No, I have to follow it directly. I do know that I can kick and just follow. It's just that when I rail the shell right away, I tend to miss the jump at the end of that segment. But full momentum, we can do it. Yeah, no, too far left. Yeah, thank you for World 8 Airship SMB3. I don't know how close a recreation that is of SMB3 and how original it is, but I look forward to seeing that regardless. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm looking at it and wondering if I am supposed to bounce on a shell before it lands on a trap to the left. Then I'm not a particularly speedy thinker here. Thank you, Hyperion Smokestack, for the continuation of your support. I'm glad you continue to get value out of this channel. Okay, let's back here, and yeah, welcome back to the Kaboom Club. Okay. I see, so it's kind of distance-based, as usual with the pipe spawns when it comes to one-ups popping out, but... Okay. Oh, no, we have been a bit slow. The goal's right there, too. It's actually just this last thing here. And yeah, it really does look like we're supposed to land on a shell, but on top of the shell, but slightly to the left, so we kick it to the right, re-land on it, and land on the goal. Trap is fine, okay. You fell asleep during my last stream. Well, okay. I will take that as a compliment that I have done my job in soothing your worries and soothing, you know, whatever it is that might prevent you from falling asleep at a different time, but also just because we generally run very late. Oh, whoops. Go fast enough to catch that? Yeah, whenever I kind of cut momentum and hesitate there, things go badly. It is auto when I hit it right, I know. Should be. I definitely got that sense. That I just need to really land on it correctly. Oh, okay, no, I see. I was losing momentum there on the landing because I was pulling back a bit on a jump. Extra early mornings will be the end of it, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how things develop now that, at least where I am, we are kind of entering a little bit of a reopening phase, and I'm sure that's probably true of many of you as well. Things are kind of getting back up and running again. Yeah, I see that I'm turning back. It's just a bad habit because I'm adjusting for the landing in the panel trap. Now I'm coming in a little bit too low, yeah. What's up with me, Rickendo? Well, I mean, playing Mario, living my life. Whoops. Yeah. I see that we're kind of turning back there, and that's partly because I think when I go at full momentum, I feel like I'm at risk of overshooting the second last shell. So that's the adjustment that I have a bad habit of making. You see, I kind of do it on this shell as well. That I don't quite trust it, but there we go. Okay, so we're going to make it out of here with 75 lives. Rickendo, am I that bad or good? You'll notice when you watch enough of the stream that I am bad and good, inclusively. Bad X or good. Yeah, we will move on for now, and sneak in if you're staying. Feel free to submit for the continuation. And it'll be quite an effort to get through this, particularly if you have any adjustments to make to any of the levels individually. That will reset our progress and kick us back out. So we'll hopefully have a more dedicated session to your world generally as we proceed. So I'm terrible except for when I'm not. Yeah, that's a very good way of describing it. Okay, N. Stedman, 123. I believe N. Stedman may have abandoned us, which is understandable given how long I've made them wait. It's okay, we'll check the list quickly just to see how we're doing. I know some people did have to bail and told me so. And yeah, we're actually going to speed right through this because I think next person who is present may in fact be Mr. X8. So we'll do a bit of a roll call for everybody who dropped out ahead. Pretty typical when I have a bit of a slow start to the stream. And, oh, I didn't actually remove the last one correctly. Yeah, we're going to shred the queue. Shred it into ribbons. And AMC Bray actually told me they had to leave, so I know they're not here. Okay. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a double-edged sword that I don't run with something like a 15-minute limit the way that some other streamers do, but it does mean that I get to see some levels and some completions that they don't, so. Pinch Hazard take 3. Ah, Pinch Hazard, okay. That's right, that's right. We made a decent amount of progress last time, and so we'll hopefully push even further. That is one that I was willing to return to because we steadily making our way through. Only 2 clears on it so far, still. Oh, the 19-minute warm-up, yeah. Yeah. On the puzzle level. Yeah. I mean, that'll just happen from time to time. And it's funny because that level ended up being re-uploaded anyway, and so I didn't end up keeping the first clear. I did, however, see a new version of it come up, and I snagged a world record on it because I already had the solution in mind. But, you know, okay. Just had to get back into the rhythm of this level. I didn't have most of it sorted out past the first segment. And a lot of it just took some learning, getting used to. I was on autopilot for way too long in the early segment here on one of my previous sessions. Okay. Ah yes, this part here. Just had to manage my bounces on the Goombas. Those jumps definitely lure me into a false sense of security, that's for sure. Yeah, because most of the jumps here are in some ways controlled, and so, like, this is one level where going into autopilot is a really bad idea. I do have to think very consciously about managing my height and distance. And that's okay. Like, the level's very consistent about that tuning. I don't mind it so much. But one does have to be very precise about letting up on jumps. That's true pretty much absolutely everywhere, but... Okay, so we get that down. Should be doing a little better. The bounces after the first one were a little bit too low. We'll just... back and try to crack at it. Okay. A little bit too fast there. By skipping the pendulum block entirely. I did have a bit of a method worked out my last session. In terms of being able to get past a platform. Did actually manage it, so try to recover that point in our progression and see how we do. Oops. Okay. There we go. No, that was a bad idea. Yep, that's a very appropriate emote for a continuous session of being munched. Munched all over. That's what munchers do. Okay. There we go. That did not take too long this time. That's what happens when I had a bit of practice. Okay, so that's going to spawn and fire a shell. I think we might have to take it as a shell note, but we'll see soon enough. Hey, Electro Dude. Welcome back. Hope you are doing well. I'm doing alright. So, just kind of revisiting this level for the third time. We've been progressing through it much faster, at least on the previous attempt, but that's because the kind of cognitive labor of figuring out a method in terms of finding out what to do is at least pretty much finished for this section. Even if the execution is just terribly inconsistent. Yep, Panda ZZZ, Sleepy Panda, I guess. Use position or list if you're curious about your current position. Okay. Got bumped a little bit there. I just have to lose a bit of height before we hang right. But it seems like that bounce pattern was actually workable. Like we can, in fact, go directly off the Paratroopa without landing on it once we have clipped its wings. it is possible to do that downward descent to the platform and have the timing feel rather good. So. Well, for all I know, it's Pandaz. But I think it's probably Panda ZZZ. Okay. So, yeah, Mr. Electrodude, I know that we are really down to your hardest stuff at this point, but we'll pick something that I can progress on meaningfully, I hope. And, you know, we'll treat it as a learning experience. You almost called yourself a deluxe sausage. Okay. Deluxe sausage? That name sounds like it's just the worst. You have a few levels in works I should be able to beat. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind learning the harder ones either. I feel like I'm probably more able to clear, you know, sub 1% stuff than I was even just a few months ago. I don't necessarily feel like I'm a better player, but I've probably been subtly picking up some things in terms of how to read or execute certain techniques. Okay. Yeah, very controlled landings all around. Just have to drop a little bit and then hang right. Okay. There we go. Damage boost for sure. Luckily the time is generous here. The time was not so generous there. Okay. You had a choice between making regular hot dogs or deluxe sausages. Okay. Well. You know, it just makes me think of how long it's been since I last had a hot dog. Because, you know, it's just the kind of thing that without having regular access to street food or diners or whatever, it's precisely the kind of food that you would be liable to forget about, or at least I would be liable to forget about. Like, I don't know what the state of reopening is for most of you folks, but I do remember vividly when I last went to a restaurant. And ordering in at a decent pace here, at least, but it's actually very convenient. Without revealing too much, I live quite close to a 24-hour diner that actually has been very serious about its commitment to remaining open 24 hours for takeout. And they have been an absolute lifesaver. Like, they literally have a sign up that says, "We never close." And they've been very serious about that commitment even under pandemic conditions, and I think they were relieved to find out that takeout and delivery service were still kind of permitted under lockdown, so they could, you know, maintain the truth of that slogan. Oh, thank you for the host. Still going to avoid any crowded places for a while? Yeah, I think that's probably smart. I think that, you know, you kind of need to see the data come in from the reopening first, at least, to see how bad it is in terms of people eager to do large gatherings again, and, you know, just kind of wait a few weeks for the numbers to roll in and see if there's a spike in cases or anything like that. Like, yeah, we've had things like outdoor bars and patios opening up again this week, and I have not swung around them while they were open, but I'm told that they are actually extremely busy. One thing that you folks are not able to see, because I don't run a webcam, is that I have not had a haircut in 5 months, and things are getting rather shaggy. And that is something that should probably be taken care of soon, although, you know, I assume that that's going to be a little bit difficult to book, just given the surge in demand from anybody who did not just shave their heads at home. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been just kind of giving themselves haircuts at home or asking family to do it, and with various results. Well, Electro Dude, you should be very grateful for your mother for providing you with such a service. And I think it's a considerable parental sacrifice, unless, of course, they're just already a professional hairdresser already or something. But, you know, like the amount of effort it takes, I think, for people to kind of pick up that skill as something new that they hadn't had to do before and teach themselves through instructional videos and such. That is something that takes some work, you know? I respect that. I don't know if you folks are familiar with a film that... It was a short film that I think actually won the animated film Oscar last year, and was called Hair Love. And it was a film that was actually about like a single father, like a widowed father, learning how to manage his daughter's hair, and it was actually kind of a lovely piece. You know, whenever people tell me about like learning haircuts off YouTube videos and such, like, I think of that film. And yeah, you knew you weren't going anywhere, so you fired up the clippers and went to town. Like, yeah, so since you knew you weren't going to town, you went to town. But yeah, I absolutely do not trust myself to cut my own hair, so that's not happening. Yeah. I knew some people who were very smart about getting a precautionary haircut when they just kind of saw what was coming back in February and March. That were basically telling themselves, okay, this is the kind of thing that, you know, is part of lockdown preparation. And some of them, in some cases, like, they had to lock themselves down for, you know, previous health reasons, like unrelated to pandemic, and so, like, they kind of had a game plan for how this thing would go. And just knew to plan around the fact that a haircut would be one of those things that you would in fact need to prepare for, which would not have struck me as obvious. Okay, so let's see how crisp this timing is now that we're finally back here. Excellent. Okay, not so crisp. Almost there, though. Almost there. Past this segment. Julian, welcome. Julian, I hope everything has been well with you. We're all just kind of hanging out here talking about the awful state of our hair, as some of us have been getting haircuts and some of us haven't, and the salons are starting to open up again in my part of the country, and so it's going to be something that needs to be done. Of course, Julian, having recently just kind of shown your face to the world, you seem to be okay on that score. You seem to be okay. You went from a goatee to a Van Dyke. Interesting. Hyperion. You know, because unless people are fellow streamers, and especially fellow streamers who use their webcams, of course, like when I'm here, I just really relate to everybody by their names, right? So, for example, when Howard Stern Jackoff comes by, I just sort of visualize him as Howard Stern because that's in his name. And, Howard Stern, of course, probably does not have a lockdown haircut problem like the rest of us. You know, I think it's always a good sign when the face cam actually makes someone look better than expected. I find that, you know, and maybe it's just a general matter of lighting and setup and such, that if I ever have to be on a video call or whatever, face cams just make me look absolutely dreadful. But I guess I'm fussy about photography and videography, and, you know, very easy to get self-conscious about that sort of thing, so. Howard Stern had a lockdown haircut for decades in preparation for this? Yeah, Howard Stern tends to be very prepared. I've actually had very little exposure to Howard Stern's actual content. I just remember when, like, being outraged at him in the news media was the big thing, like, ages ago, probably back in the 90s. Like, it's one of those characters that I just kind of know about without actually knowing directly through his content. But I'm like that with a lot of popular American media in particular. Okay. Just rather crisp. Okay, let's not oof it here. Because those of you who have seen me play know just what a high probability there is of me oofing it right there. So, well, there we go, Mista X. We have come to the end of that adventure. And, yeah, we're down by 7 seconds from the record, and I can see where that's coming from, given that I, a little bit of waiting time on some of the starts, particularly near the end. But I think that worked. And, yeah, it went well. I was wondering about the pacing of that level, given that, you know, it was conspicuously free of checkpoints, but now that I've played the whole thing, I'm thinking, okay, no, that's fine. The pacing actually does make sense. And yeah, it was tough, but I felt like once I sort of understood what kind of controlled jumps I should be aiming for, that it came together pretty well. Like, a lot of it was just adjusting to the mindset of reading the pendulum patterns and constantly watching my height. And yeah, it only took 2 attempts to get past the Koopa stack at the end there. I just need to fail on it once and then have it come together, so. Shujo is record holder and she's a really good Kaizo player? Okay. Yeah, it tends to be, I think, with these courses that, you know, few enough people finish them that the people who do tend to finish them are ahead of me for a reason. So. It's time to cease. It's time to cease. Are you still here? I think they may have left. As usual, I'll give people a brief window to check in while I pull up the list. Okay, so that's where the purple Yoshi emotes are coming from. Those are fantastic emotes. Okay, Panda, it looks like you'll be next. So, it's just quick removal. And we'll punch in FY2. BKS9LF. And yeah, so the level just now actually felt like it went very smoothly today, given how long I was wiping on the first screen, or the first series of jumps the first time I saw it. But of course, I was also like extremely tired the first time I saw it, so. Okay, so let's take a look at 10-second Piranha Plant speedrun. First of all, thank you for offering me the first clear on this brand new level that hardly anybody has touched. Really, only one person has touched, and looks like they gave up on it after one attempt, so probably just somebody stomping into it on Endless, so. 10-second speedrun with the help of some Piranha Plants. Can you do it? Well, we'll find out. We have no data on this whatsoever. Okay. Those are some very adorable emotes, I'm sure Electrodude will be back with their own set soon enough. Oh, thank you very much, Hyperion, for your generosity. Passing that gifts up to Electrodude, that is very kind of you. Okay, I see. Well, I mean, this is on a 10-second clock. I do need full momentum there. I should not be hesitating on this stuff at all. Need nice, tight landings. Okay. And then once I get the cape, I wonder if it's going to be a slow float from there. Wow, that is rather tight. Like, I feel like I need to definitely do a high landing on that third Piranha. But I need to be a little bit to the right, and I don't know how tight I'll be on the clock. Zombie Slicer, welcome. Yeah, it'll be helpful, regardless, to kind of get all these subs going for all the people who are kind of my very, very regular crowd anyway. Because I feel like this has grown big enough now that, you know, introducing something like the sub next queue is something I'll probably will want to do soon enough. Up to this point, the channel has been small enough that it, you know, it didn't seem like that was going to be something I would urgently need, but particularly because we're going to be doing like more programming in the weeks ahead that is not viewer levels, like I definitely need to, yeah, just kind of get that going. And yeah, it is nice to have a Founder's Badge. Really appreciate the early adoption on that score. Jump near max. Okay, I need to hold, run, and jump near max. I see. Do see your advice. Okay, we need to take off a little earlier. Oh, I see. Okay, no, because I'm supposed to be caught by that high Piranha on that jump. Yeah. Okay, okay. I just wasn't trusting the third Piranha very much, and we're kind of overshooting it. We should not be doing max jump onto that. I do need to land a little softer. Now, we are going at full momentum. I am holding down right the whole time, so that may be a bit of a height issue. Here, I just need to land a little closer to the right side in general. I remind you of the commentator of your favorite esport. Well, that is a very high compliment indeed, because I definitely respect the craft of Greg Woods. He's somebody who definitely knows what he's doing. I need it to be perfect? Yeah, I can tell. The cape landing, I feel like... Oh, because I was still spinning out of that, yeah. I didn't account for the fact that I was still spinning out of that, so... You know, I hadn't really thought about marble racing as an esport, per se. Sport, sure, but I hadn't thought about it as an esport. And you know what? You're kind of absolutely right. It's just I wouldn't necessarily have conceived of it in those terms. Okay, no. Really do need to hang all the way to the right. That is not forgiving. World Chase Tag. Okay, interesting. Oh, Electro Dude, I didn't know your streaming setup was going already. I do know you said you were setting it up, but yeah. Let's clip that right out. Yeah, I don't know how your setup has been going, but I hope that's been going along well. Betrayed by the Cape? Yes. We have been betrayed by the Cape many times. But mostly betrayed by the distance. Because the thing is, a full jump overshoots on that first piranha. Maybe our entry is just a little bit too late. Because a full jump overshoots on that first piranha, but it seems like distance is really tight for the rest here, like all the way over here. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Okay, great. All about the spacing there, so. Yeah, that was fun. I am glad that was 10 seconds, given the level of tightness there. Like, I feel like that could not really afford to be much longer, just given how much variance there would be in terms of the distance that you're covering. But that certainly was functional, and thank you once again for offering me the first clear. Oh, Electrodude, I'm not surprised that that's what you've been streaming. Doing research, no doubt, for more Bullet Hell boss fights. Hey, Rick Tendo. Rick Tendo may have left us. Let's give him a moment to check in. Just pull up the list. Yeah, I mean, you know, Panda, when it comes to speedruns, like, I think generally if you're going to be making anything longer than that, you would probably not want to tune it that tightly. Given that I think people generally look for a little bit more regularity in terms of knowing when the full jumps are going to be there and when you'll need to pull back a little bit. And so this one had a little bit of a mix, right, where you need to learn that something is going to be a shorter jump, and learn that something else is going to be very, very tight on a full jump. And so, for longer speedrun levels, you would definitely want people to feel like it's more predictable. But definitely good effort. So let's do a remove, and then we'll get on to Hyperion, followed by Electric. Yeah, you told me about Just Shapes and Beats. I did mark that down as something I should look at. Anything but the Mole King. Hyperion, I feel like we already played the Mole King. I might be wrong. And Mista, thank you for resubmitting. Those of you who have been previously cleared, you are welcome to resubmit. Well, I mean, anything but the Mole Kings. I actually seem to remember that I broke the Mole King. But I might be thinking of a different level. Yeah, the Mole King, yeah, we totally broke it. I liked it anyway, but we broke it. But yeah, World 2-1, I don't know if you're saving some of this for your world or Larry's Toy Factory. Yes, okay. Yeah, you know, I think when people spend this much time on Mario Maker, it is healthy to just kind of take a break and remember how other video games look from time to time. Let's take a look at Larry's Toy Factory. They tend to give me some interesting bosses from time to time. Yeah, thank you for King Boo's Playhouse. And Sonic Heroes, welcome back. Have I seen this before, or... oh, maybe it's just the entrances that seem to be very similar. On switch, checkpoint flag. Sure, let's grab that. It's there for the taking. On switch is going to control all of these doors for some reason. Oh, I see. It just enforces that you have to get into everything in on state in case there are some on-off controls in the fights themselves. Yeah. Ah, I see. So you infiltrate the fortress, and then that bounces up, and then that's going to hit something from the jump block, probably a bomb or something that sets off the on-off. Let's actually grab this for a change. Why didn't I grab the coin? Oh, I see. Okay. Bounce, bounce, bounce. And that's going to unlock the gate. Yeah. It's also going to unlock the little death pit there. Be very cautious about it. Sonic Heroes, I'm doing well. XCOM 2, great taste. I still have not played War of the Chosen. But that's something I should get to at some point, given how much I love the turn-based tactics genre. That, you know, outside of Mario Maker, I am primarily like a turn-based strategy player. It just tends to be not very stream-friendly. Because I tend to be, as you might imagine, a very slow player. Yeah, I should get back to XCOM 2 at some point. I just kind of played it in vanilla. I enjoyed it very much in vanilla, but I definitely feel like I don't know it as deeply as I knew Enemy Unknown. Well, you know what? Let's pop this while we're at it. Grab some coins. Can be a little finicky to guide these and have them detonate on time, but I think part of it is because it depends on the initial position of the Koopas as well as yeah, it depends on their initial position in terms of how long the missiles are going to be live, right? And so when they're bunched up in a corner like that, I think it's a little bit difficult to get them to hit. You have to lead them to the right. Have a little bit of range on all of them. This will hopefully hit. Yeah. So it just takes a little bit of fussiness, I think, but we'll try to get it right. Yeah, I think I have to lead everything. Crossing the Mecha Koopa was the intended strat. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if you've done anything with the Long War mod in XCOM 2. I do know that after everybody has kind of experienced enough with the game, and this was true for the first one as well, that like everybody just starts swearing by Long War. When I played XCOM 2 originally, when I played it in vanilla, Long War had not really been available yet. Ah, okay, here's the big guy. Let him get a lift, and then bust my way through. Alright. Weird there, but gotta, yeah, activate him. Whoops. That was a mistaken wall jump. I wanted to activate him a little bit early as he was going up on the track. And, so... My name be Pablo request Walagula, which... Is that supposed to be Waluigi, or just Luigi? Or, oh no, that's not a character request, okay. Waigula, yeah. Word Chosen seemed to add quite a bit of content, and that's interesting. I don't know if you looked into that new, what is it, Chimera Squad as well? But it seemed like I should probably see War of the Chosen first before I do the spin-off. I'm gonna use the big guy to bust the little guy. I think that's the smart thing to do here. I feel like I should move the little big guy a little bit to the left just to... Well, I mean, he's going to wander anyway, but we'll try to... Yeah. That went a lot more smoothly. Walayula. Oh, okay, okay. Don't think I actually knew that word. Alright. Switches... Wait. I misunderstood something about the key room, didn't I? Unless... I misunderstood something about the key room. But let's pop back out. Oh no, it's right here. Okay. I see. Oh, this is kind of an interesting setup. Yeah, because then you would be able to respawn here with the on state. Now, that's sort of interesting because it implies that if you come out of here, you hit the checkpoint on the other side when you get through, right? Because otherwise, if it's possible to die between here and the other checkpoint, which is right outside a pipe, like it drops you onto it, but if it were possible to skip that checkpoint, then that would have been a vulnerability, but I think you defended against that accurately. Now, you know if we have access to any held item that we could clip these guys on a side, but it seems like this time they were clever enough not to give me that opportunity. So I cannot just trivialize this fight. Oops. Oh, I should just hit Larry with some fireballs while I could. But... yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, could definitely tell that this was something that was meant for maybe one of the earlier worlds in a series that you're putting together. It definitely felt much more relaxed than some of the other fights I've seen from you, but yeah, because the rooms are pretty straightforward. Ultimately, the coin path actually is required. I was kind of wondering about that at first, but no, that actually seemed reasonably clear. Not surprised at the 7% there. Hey, Hable Bones. Hopefully we managed to get to you this time. Okay, let's move on. Electro Dude will be next. Okay, whoops, I meant to type in next. Yeah, because you would have the key door unlocked already. Like, the way you would die, basically, is by re-entering one of the challenge rooms and intentionally offing yourself. But, like, you can break it, but you kind of need to go out of your way to do it. Like, it's not the obvious thing to do, so probably fine. Okay, Super Sparky Vinny's Vengeance has not been played. This was not for the faint of heart. We might take a look eventually. Let's see if there's anything else that is low-hanging fruit. I know you were discouraging me from playing Cape It Away for some reason. Like you wanted to redo it or something. We can still take a look unless you really don't want me to. Like if you really intend to redesign it. Otherwise I will take a look at the 0.09 and just see if we can do like anything with that whatsoever. So yeah, just let me know, Electro Dude, if you have a particular preference. Like, I'll take a look at this unless you... Okay. All confusing. I mean, we'll look at everything eventually, right? So it's just a matter of whether we want to wipe against a 0.09. Always afloat. Coin square equals spin. Arrow equals throw and drop. While Mario is in it. I'll try to remember that. Always float, so we'll just hold the jump button at all times. Which is kind of in keeping with how you usually do your tuning, I think. Arrow is throw and drop in the arrow. Okay, okay. Oh, depending on the arrow direction, I guess. Let's see if we can remember all those instructions. Okay, not tight on a timer, thankfully. At least I don't think so. So that's going to be gated by on-off. Get out of here, Kate. Oh, wait. So it looks like we have to throw at the bottom arrow. Then... Oh, okay. So we throw, and then what do we do? Oh, that might be... Okay, let's reset and grab it again. Okay, no, I think I get it. Because we'll eventually want to throw to get a shell jump back up, right? No, why would you need to? The door lets you reset. Can't be it. And then coins are where you... Okay. I see, so that's... Throw indicator, yeah. Nope. Okay. Hang on, let's get out of here and just see what's going on. Yeah. That's okay, we'll just have to learn how to read this. Oh, one-way panel there? Okay. How did we even do this previously? Okay. There we go. It feels like it's not the thing that I was actually instructed to do. But we'll do it. Ah, okay. No, I see the track pattern here. Track pattern seems to indicate like rebounds off the shell, rebounds off the shell, grab the trampoline, float down. Float down, toss the trampoline. Probably has some kind of landing. Okay. And it's not a one-way panel, it's just a bumper. Bump that. I cheesed it hard? Okay. Whoops. Oh no, I shut off the cape. Okay. Gotta restart this. The idea is to do a so-called diagonal drop kick. Diagonal drop kick? I don't think I know what that is, but just reset this. Okay, that's a little too far. Yeah, it looks like this is definitely not the intended solution, but... whoops. Grabbed it. Oh. Luckily we did have the shell return there. Take the shell against the wall. Move to the wall a bit and spin. Okay. The shell against the wall. Move. Oops. Oh, interesting donut block trap there as well. Yeah, I'll try that in a moment, I think, but let's try to read a little bit further ahead first. Take the shell against the wall, move to the wall a bit, and spin. Huh. Oh, that's neat. Okay, hence this marker here, yeah. Okay, no, because, yeah, I see. Because this was made in September, right before we had P-blocks, and which is why you're using coins as the indicators, but otherwise, it feels like if P-blocks were available, you would definitely use them for the coin spots, because I feel like I'm consuming the coins before I'm understanding what to do with those locations. Okay. Whoop, no, gotta drop. Ah, okay. Fuck that. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's try that then. Actually, it does feel, if anything, maybe even easier to execute, but we'll... But I have to come in and add a diagonal, right? That's the idea. Okay. Hope the requirement for that later in the level is not too strict. I mean, I know it's the first thing you're teaching me here, but... There we go, there we go. Definitely seems like I would have trouble getting it down in a, like, more time-sensitive context, but... Okay, no, I need to throw right at arrow. Throw right at arrow, and then that would give me a rebounce following a track. I rebounce, and then I'm able to spin up at the switch. Okay. Oh, whoops, what's that? Yeah, there we go. Okay, float down. Oh, it took a hit. Okay, no, we needed to float down to the right and then spin, get rid of the piranhas. And okay, the progression past that segment is extremely clear to me now. I know what's supposed to happen. Yeah, diagonal dropkick I would not have been able to understand without a clue, I think. Particularly because, even given the opening text, I would have been on the lookout for coins. I would not have necessarily been on the lookout for that on-off block marker here. But again, that's just, you know, the limitations of working on this back in September. That's understandable. And that is really cool when you do execute it, so... Okay, float down. Always float. Okay, looks like that's going to be another shell interaction, yeah. Okay, no, I was supposed to pick that up and then bounce. And then throw. Okay. Yeah, you do mention a description, but, you know, I have very terrible memory for descriptions pretty much as soon as I read them. I enter the level and get things immediately, so... I am sure I'm not the only player who does that. That's okay. I mean, it's unconventional, and the price of being unconventional is that you do need instructions, and that's understandable. It looks like hitting the on-off was supposed to bounce over. I just missed that. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's good to have this concept tested now anyway, in case you want to see anything else that you want to fix. I think it is true that this is, if anything's confusing about it, it is that it's visually very dense. There's a lot to look at, but, you know, there's a lot that's required to make this functionality work, so... I do understand why. Okay, we'll drop in. Also because, you know, when you're doing a cape float, you can only cover so much distance, and so... Clearly I'm supposed to make it over, and I think I just have a bad shell release there. Okay, a little bit too high on that. You know, the tracks are surprisingly clear. They're just dense. Like, it looks visually noisy, but then when I actually get to that segment, the tracks as the path indicator kind of works. I'm not sure about the tracks for the flower spawns initially. I think, like, these tracks might be a little too much. Because, you know, you're kind of forcing the cape anyway. Oops. But I know that might be required to get the initial... well, I don't know. Wait, we just missed it. Drop down. Throw. Drop kick. Too high. Yeah, I know the one-way panel pointing to the left here was supposed to force the drop kick. But I totally did cheese that. Nope, that was my mistake. Well, for the jump, the first track indicator works. The second one I think is probably not necessary. Like the main one that kind of shows you the curvature of where everything is going to go, like that works. But... Okay, too high. Yeah. Whoops. Okay, go. Yeah, like the first incline here, that indicator works. I don't think the second one's actually necessary. I think the drop that you need to do here is really, really clear. Nope, I needed to scroll first so I could grab that. Scroll first so I could grab that, and then I'll jump off here. Yeah, actually, at this point in the level, I do see that there may be... Like, it is definitely heavy on the track markers. You know, it's an earlier level, I think. That's something that, like, if you were to make that, or remake that today, that's definitely something that you might reconsider. But you know that. Okay, there we go. Diagonal kick. There we go. And down here. Grab. There we are. Oh, no, we need to go down. No, we do need to go over that segment. Go over and then have another drop kick deflection up to the on-off switch in the top right, I think, if I'm reading that correctly. See how that goes. Yeah, it is really unique. Like, you know, it is, I think, very challenging to teach the player an unconventional interaction like that, but I'm glad I'm learning it. In terms of the diagonal dropkick there. That, you know, it's one of those concepts that's interesting enough that, like, as soon as you know it, you want to use it in the level, and it's just a matter of, okay, how do you actually A, demonstrate it, and B, actually force it, or at least encourage it, as opposed to alternate methods like the one I looked for right away when I loaded this up. I don't know Geisicle, unfortunately. Yep. I think the tutorial room being mandatory is much less of an issue if this is just easier to execute, but, like, I don't know if there's much of a way to make it easier to execute apart from just without opening it up to cheese. Like, if you release here without the one-way panel, is it still going to hit, right? If it's not still going to hit, then, for example, you don't necessarily need to have the one-way panel. Like, I'm not sure how required that is because I don't know how tightly tuned that would be against just cheesing it with a direct throw. Because it does seem like I'm losing about half the attempts to just hitting that too high. But again, I don't know if the mechanism works otherwise without it, so... Whoops. Alright. stumbled into his room on April Fool's and trolled him into thinking that, oh, yeah, that would be something that would definitely throw you off a bit, I think, if you were trying a certain cape descent repeatedly. Okay, we know this is a shell jump and we just came in too low. As a jump, it's going to be a shell pickup, and then the shell pickup off the mole needs to be a nice full jump that takes you to the other side. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, I'm going way too early on the drop kick. I do see that. There we go. Yeah, it was just consistently too high. Oops. Dropping the shell and immediately moving the shell and spinning. Yeah. We kind of had a technique down. I think we were just coming in a little too high every time. We'll make adjustments. See how it goes. Okay, now I'm sliding under a little too fast. I was not making that mistake previously, so I think I was just too far away, maybe. Oh, I'm also letting go to float. That's the issue. Huh. And the instruction did say always float. Okay. White. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be dying too much to the drop kick that would come later in the level, so I feel like I do need to learn how to do this as consistently as possible. Yeah, I can definitely see why it would be difficult to tune something like this introductory obstacle that requires the drop kick, but is not vulnerable to another kind of throw. There we go. Better. Okay. No. Just had a bad curve coming out of that. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to throw, and I'm supposed to head down. And then number 11. Okay. Let's do that. I don't think number 11 had been previously requested, so let's hold that up. Okay, so here's Shakespeare, sonnet number 11. As fast as thou shalt wane, so fast thou growest, in one of thine from that which thou departest. And that fresh blood which youngly thou bestow'st, thou mayst call thine, when thou from youth convertest. Herein lives wisdom, beauty, and increase. Without this, folly, age, and cold decay. If all were minded so, the times should cease, and 60 year would make the world away. Lest those whom nature hath not made restore, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look whom she best endowed she gave the more, which bounteous gift thou shouldst in bounty cherish. She carved thee for her seal, and meant thereby thou shouldst print more, not let that copy die. "11 is your favorite number in the whole wide world. Is it because it's prime, or is it because of something else, or I don't know. You'll have to explain that to me. I mean, you know, people are entitled to their favorite numbers, but I think the reasoning behind them can often be very unique. Because it's 2 1s. Well, yeah, I know. And that works well in every base. Okay. Like you said, you're going to use the easier version, yeah. Alternative method of doing it, but instead of throwing, you drop it. Okay, I see. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, I don't know anything about playing craps. I've never played craps in my life. But I feel like my knowledge of a lot of card games is extremely poor. Outside of the very basic stuff. I used to have better knowledge of card games, but, you know, it's one of those things that I think maybe was a more ubiquitous pool of knowledge before. Just had generations that were raised more on video games instead. Or on other kinds of social games. Like, you know, it's, seemed to be much more standard, at least. You used to have just a pack of cards lying around in a house. I don't think I even have a pack of cards anymore, which shows you how few magic tricks I do. Tutorial level with dropkicks, since there are so many different versions, yeah. I can't say that I've really done dropkicks, or at least not in a very systematic fashion, so. Yeah. Seems like I was doing better at this tutorial segment earlier. I don't know why I seem to have regressed a bit, but there we go. Probably just not paying enough attention. Yeah, that was a late release. Late release totally killed me here. Okay, there we go. No, missed that. Probably because I did not obey the always float order. Basically, 7 is good if it comes up first, but bad if it comes later. Okay. Yeah, it's, kind of interesting to think about how people pick up casino games as a skill set. But, you know, that's not something I know much about. I missed out on the big Texas Hold'em explosion that was kind of happening in the mid-2000s when poker suddenly just became this big thing. I used to be acquainted with people who were in a very serious poker AI research group. Like, I didn't really interact with their work, but basically was kind of in their vicinity professionally, I guess, or educationally. So, you know, when it comes to card games, it seems like most of my interaction with them in the past, well, in a very long time, has mostly been in the context of, like, knowing enough about them to get by with following developments in AI and... Because, you know, like, there's a way in which, when you're learning about things like reinforcement learning, for instance... thank you for the follow, by the way, Superboss. Like, one of the kind of introductory toy box examples that you play with when you're doing AI and learning algorithms and such as blackjack, right? Like, because it's just a very simple problem that you can make. Like, it's very simple to make a good blackjack agent because, you know, it doesn't take too long to conversion optimality. But Superboss can't hear. That's okay. Glad Superboss enjoys this stream anyway. And enjoys just watching me without commentary, but that is absolutely fine. Yeah, so somebody tell Superboss in chat that I say hello. You made a lot of Sudoku solvers. Yeah, Blackjack is just a math problem. Just need to develop a good intuitive sense of probability. It's amazing what an essential skill set that is, you know, just being able to make good eyeball estimates of probability and what percentages mean in different contexts. Like, I think that's sort of understated as a very basic part of mathematical literacy. That, like, I mean, you're an XCOM player, like, you kind of understand, you know, that seemingly high percentages are not how people necessarily perceive them. That, like, normally people look at a number like 95% and they associate it with the grades they got in school and think, well, 95%, that might as well just be 100. You play XCOM, that's not what you think when you see 95%. You see it as missing 1 in 20 shots, and missing 1 in 20 shots over that many turns is a significant number of misses. And yeah, a lot of it is risk management. It's more that, you know, like in XCOM, I think a lot of it is like, you know, you take that shot, but like you take that shot with a bit of backup plan in mind, right? Like that, you know, you're taking a risk and you know that you have to deal with the consequences, but you don't think of it as some kind of guaranteed hit. And I think like that's the thing that kind of conventionally shocks people about XCOM is that like it really exposes how bad their intuition for probability can be. And it's kind of true of card games as well, but I think like card games, people go through much less of a learning process when they lose and lose badly, like in the casino, for instance. That, you know, they think of it as losing, but they don't necessarily think of it in terms of like how they need to refine their heuristics for how likely it was for them to make any gains. Okay, I am really, really flubbing this. Yeah, and Hyperion, I know that you were only like a few routes into Fire Emblem, but you'll probably know that historically Fire Emblem actually fudges the numbers to account for the fact that people have terrible intuition. Okay. And so in Fire Emblem, like, you know, a 90% hit is going to be pretty sure because it's actually fudged to be closer to people's intuitive perception of 95% or 90%. Yeah. Make money in blackjack and lose it in craps, yeah. And that's why the house runs all those tables. Lull you into a false sense of complacency and adventurousness. Okay, we've been failing at this tutorial room for way too long. Hang on, I know I've just been on autopilot for the last little while, but let's... Fine, let's just do it this way. It's like, fine, we'll just cheese it. I know the dropkick is satisfying and that we'll have to do it again later anyway, but in the meantime, for the sake of efficiency, let's cheese it. Oh, whoops. First-gen Pokemon tackle accuracy. Yeah. You know, I actually never played first-gen Pokemon. Like, I, never played Kanto. I only started with Diamond and Pearl, and I didn't stay with Pokemon for very long. Like, it's not a series I know well, as far as Nintendo goes. In some ways, I actually feel like I kind of predate Pokemon in that I was part of the Nintendo generation just before Pokemon became massive. But, you know, everybody eventually encounters Pokemon, I guess, and I just kind of encountered it during the DS games. Wasn't I going to cheese this? I was going to cheese this. Oh, so you can whip the shells out of the little edge, or the little cage, okay. Okay, I'm way too late on that release every time. You're going to start naming Mario Maker courses after craps terms, okay. Well, that'll be an educational experience for those of us who know nothing about craps. Oh, I see, okay. I see what's going on with the whip. Yeah, okay, the cheese is easier after all. We're doing it that way from now on. No, I'm floating into that and yet I'm missing, huh. Let me see how long I've been on this Electrodude. I may want to progress on it later, but it seems like we've been doing extremely badly just with all the failure at the what is it? The tutorial room. But oh, sorry about that. I was looking over at chat and I did not pause, and that's okay. We'll stay on this a little bit longer. And I'm flubbing stuff that I learned some time ago, and so it's rather unfortunate in losing that stuff. Instead of doing what I wanted to do, which is practice this jump here. Okay, whoops. That was a miss. Hey, Rectendo, welcome back. We did miss you earlier because you had stepped out, but we'll hopefully get to you very soon. Oh, whoops. Anonymous Gaming, welcome. Thank you for the slippery switch. I'm glad that my Nintendo Switch is not that slippery. And thank you for the follow. Kick it while floating down. Whoops. Kick it while floating down, that way I will always hit it, okay. I don't know about that. Seems like I had it down more reliably earlier. And ever since I've been getting worse and worse at that particular thing. Whoops. Bad release once again. Yeah, it's been just one massive oof after another. Okay. No. Do it this way. Oh, the shell jump. Okay, yeah. But yeah, for the future revision, I do think that you're right that the, whoops, I needed to whip it on the first go. Just missed it. You're right that, like, the track markers are probably a little bit much. That feels like this would do fine with just a much more open marking. But let's see. Should not be having this much trouble with it for something that is just 1%. 1% is usually very manageable for me. But then, you know, it's a matter of what kind of technique is actually involved. Okay. I totally forgot your advice about kicking it while floating down. And yeah, I just released it in a poor position to begin with. Oops. Okay. And down we go. No. Bad release. Okay. Let's try this again. Nope. Well, I don't know why I'm doing the spin out of that. That seems unnecessary. Oh, it's because I'm redoing the spin after I release the object. Yeah, okay. I have to check my own habits sometimes when it comes to any kind of object throwing or shell release. Yeah, we'll make a few more attempts at this, and then I might have to bail on it for now, but... Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, maybe you just sent to good people in general. It does feel like 1% lulled me into a false sense of complacency, unless it's just relatively short. That could be it as well. It could also be that it's 1% because people who are not being given this directly, I could see them skipping it quickly instead of making a lot of failed attempts before giving up. I could see people basically raising the clear rate if they are randoms just by not trying very hard. If you know what I mean. Because, yeah, for sure I would not have understood dropkick had you not been here to tell me about it. But yeah, that's something that I think affects the clear rate sometimes when it comes to things like puzzles, too. That you kind of have to account for people just not trying very hard. Particularly if they just don't understand it from the first room. Which I think is certainly a risk. Okay. Big miss. Yeah, I'm going to tap out of this one for now, I think. We might come... I mean, it's only this one and the 0.09 that we haven't finished on your side, so like we might come back to it for a later attempt. And we'll just pass on it for now. Like, I feel like I can progress with it, but kind of need to rethink this one first. And I mean, it's one I know that you've been saying for some time you want to kind of revise anyway, but we can continue to take a look at some of the later stuff in it. Well, I mean, Shakespeare typically doesn't help because Shakespeare never learned how to play Mario like that. Oh, did I not do the 0.5 team shell level? Okay, yeah, we can look at that. Thought I had done it. Okay, yeah. 0.5 team shell level sounds like something I probably could manage. I thought I had done it, but for now we'll punch in one of Mista X8's easier casual levels. I think... Okay, you think I played it but didn't beat it. Okay, I'll think about that. I'll look at the flags and see if that's true. Okay, 28%, so it is going to be a casual level, which is going to be a nice break. Particularly because the last submission from Mista took me 3 separate submissions. This comes from late April, so actually it was uploaded just days after the patch. But we'll see if there's any post-patch content in it. And Chad Games got 47 seconds on it. But yeah, generally high clear rate. Yeah, we do. Yeah, and those zeros I think are very satisfying. Always nice to have nice round numbers. We're going to wreck that, of course. Reminds me of what you did to players when you dealt roulette. What did you do when you dealt roulette? Okay. Back when you were a croupier? You see, most of what I know about roulette involves like people just kind of fixing it in old films. But it's just there are actually so many scenes in old films from with roulette tables. Usually very pivotal scenes as well that involve the house just, you know, fixing everything as it normally does. Oh, we got a quick auto scroll here. Oops, got to flub that jump, but it's casual, we'll make it. Whoop. Not if we play like that, we won't. Yeah, that lava level picks up quickly. Yeah, thank you for that, mister. And, yeah, it definitely felt like the... It's sort of interesting that I typically don't see such high clear percentages on the lava scroll that goes quite that fast. But that's probably because, you know, you've built so wide and open around it. So the pace of it, you know, sort of feels normalized that way. And that, you know, it's not so much of an issue to have the lava go that fast simply because there has so much room to go. And just zip across the screen very quickly, like lots of room for error correction on my part. So. Mark that as a win. Punch in XKG. YR3 A1H. Boo's Playhouse. Don't jump, it's tempting. And it's going to be 1.2%, but very few plays on it so far, on a level from May. And it's going to tell me not to jump, so I just assume that you have invisible blocks everywhere or something. But yeah, we'll try to do it Captain Toad style, and then we'll... Oh, I see, reach the goal without landing after leaving. Okay. And that means the donut blocks will be relevant. That is important because it means we'll have to drop. And we want to drop softly because then it doesn't detect it as leaving the ground. Oh no, yes it does. Okay. Oh no, we need to drop directly on... Don't we? Hang on. I don't understand very much about the leaving the ground condition sometimes because it just doesn't have a lot of impact, you know what I mean. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, we need to get pushed. We need to get pushed. Yep. I can figure it out. No, we can't get pushed though because we land behind it. Let me think about this. I'm going to scout ahead a little bit. Yeah, because that's going to drop us. Then we come up to the side. Then we climb. No, we just need to go up the ramp. Up the ramp. Back. And then we need the snake block. Why? Oh, because then we can just run across that slot, yeah. One tall slot. Then we run across here. P-switch does what for us? It's... Oh, right, that's also going to be slope activated, and that we have to drop down. We go up the slope, hit the P-switch. Hitting the P-switch allows us to run across, but then what do we do about launchers? We'll just have to find that out the hard way, although we haven't seen what happens in the door, so let's take a look at that. Ow, okay, makes sense. Looks like there may be a timing that requires us to run under launchers, yeah. Okay. I'm just getting ahead. I know I failed the condition quite a while ago. Yeah. It's okay, we don't need the solution spoiled necessarily unless I'm absolutely stuck, but thank you regardless. Okay, so pipe is gonna go here. We should at least check pipe up. Bomb, okay. We need to get on a vine before we bomb. Seems like... Oh, okay, okay, and then that's how we break that. Is we need to drop it all the way down. Okay, now we know. No, we needed to get on this and climb down. Yeah. See. I understand it. Yeah, it is hard to tell me sometimes. Because sometimes I just stare at things forever and just go without landing after. Oh, I know that I'm supposed to. Let's take a look at this track again. Right, just get on the donut block on the left. Yeah, I see. I know, need to land on it accurately. Okay, gotta go quickly. Okay, I'll block. Alright. It's fine. Oh, no. That's okay, we'll scout ahead anyway. I want to see what's going on. Okay, so that's going to be running up the ramp side to side. Going to be the bomb drop. Let's try to figure out how to do the bomb drop accurately. Yeah, that looks like it'll fail the condition if I do on this vine, right? Or maybe not. Not clear on whether it will. And it looks like we want the bomb to blow up. I don't know if I... Oh, no, the burner's there. We don't actually need the bomb to... We don't need to jump on the bomb, we just need the bomb to fall. So we can actually just let the bomb fall after us, I think. Yeah, I see. Not taking advantage of the fact the burner was there to ignite it for us. Yeah. Yeah, it will fail the goal. That looks like it. Yeah, the issue that I have with this clear condition is two things. That usually you have it used in levels where it just kind of takes up way too much of the screen when you see the condition at the start. And so for levels that are more technically dependent, I sometimes fail quite a bit to just trying to let the clear condition screen get out of my face. The second thing being that it is kind of low impact, if you know what I mean. That, like, when you fail this particular clear condition, that the UI is your indicator, but it also means that yeah, because the UI is your indicator, that like you're not kind of feeling the collision as such, like you would when you take a hit from an enemy. But in terms of the uses for it, like design-wise, in terms of creativity, I think there's always a lot of room to play with it. Now, why would this... Oh, this door is for the reset of the snake blocks, so let's think about this. If we drop right away, then we can get onto the vine and drop into the second snake block. I don't know what the paths are yet, so I think we just have to see it. Oh. Okay. I see. No, I need to activate them both and then run back up top. Run back up top and then dash across. Okay, let's try that once just to see how it goes. Yeah. Well, okay, let's see how this is going to work. Yeah. I mean, initially I just couldn't see what kind of pattern the snake blocks were going to give me, right? That's too slow. And if I can't see that, then... yeah, that... okay. Looks like we're definitely going way too slow here. I don't know if there's a faster way to do this. We'll just try that again until we learn it, because I don't want to get all the way back here, too. Fail that once again. Yeah, we need to drop softly off that stuff. Whoops. Okay. Wow, that's fast. That is a big feeling timer. How far away from the end? Okay. We are actually right at the end, so I'm not too worried about that. That's just this last obstacle here. Reset. Yeah, that feels really pretty tight. Need to go right away. Yeah. First, the D-pad's gonna be finicky. Yeah, I'm gonna try to learn this before I start from scratch, because I'll need to know it. Okay. Yeah, that's... I don't know if there's a way that we can do that faster. Might be something I'm missing, but I... yeah, it seems like, you know, the slopes are already kind of crammed together almost as tightly as they can be, but this does look like it's the only solution that's going to be viable, and the thing is that drops on a donut box just take so long, right? So let's just try this a couple times to try to get it right. Whoops. Yeah, I wonder if there's something we're just missing about this. Not going to be able to make it much longer? Okay, yeah, no, get some sleep. I urge you to get some sleep. Okay. Yeah. Very tough to do the tight turnarounds on the slopes there, so... whoops. That's a D-pad error. There's again. Might be something I'm missing, yeah. Oh, thank you. Friend Smokestack, and thank you again for your generosity with the gift sub earlier. And I will catch you on the next one. Okay. Getting kind of log jammed there. Stand on right side of a second snake block. I was thinking that earlier. And letting it push me. I didn't know if I would have enough room to do it, though. Because I was actually thinking on the first attempt, and I don't know why I stopped trying to do that, because it was a thought that occurred to me very early on. Okay. Probably just still kind of programmed to think about the dashing pattern from the first snake block segment here, and also just wondering about like why it would give me that pattern with the later snake blocks to begin with. Okay. I think here's fine so far. Know what to do with the bombs now. Just need to lead them over. Lemmings. Sir Dude, welcome. Thank you for Lost in the Woods Maze. Okay, is the bomb gonna drop? Oh no, the bomb's gonna get trapped. Okay. Much for that. Went a little too early. Yeah, we'll get back to that later snake block and see what it is they're doing wrong. Drop in. Grab the POW. Because everything in this level up to that point is pretty relaxed. It kind of surprised me that it would have that high demand for precision. But yeah, we'll just try a different method. We are next in that area. Oh, no. That was an accidental up. That was totally not intentional. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to blast through the next area so I can see the snake block pattern again, and we're going to practice it. I'm going to think about the timing here in the meantime. Yeah, the donut block actually refreshes pretty quickly. I can't get too far ahead of the bomb. Alright, fine, let's just redo. Yeah, interesting use of the slopes in this condition, though. All of this stuff feels abundantly fair. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to get back to that spot and see what it is that is slowing us down slightly. Oh, nope. The accidental clings keep getting us. That's okay. We'll practice the bomb timing just so we don't need to worry too much about it. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you make a level. That's why difficulty tuning is such a challenging thing to do. So. Okay. Okay, so let's do this pattern again and see what we can learn about it. Okay, we actually did make it that time. I see, okay. Yeah, no, this is doable. This is doable. No, it's not actually that bad. I've figured out the trick to thinking about it, which is that the bottoms of the slopes allow me to just run at full speed towards the donut blocks and not worry about having to slow down or, you know, control my speed or anything. Like, for example, this drop here, when I get to this donut block, I need to control my speed. Whoops. So I don't overshoot it. I do not need to worry at all about overshooting the later ones. That's the breakthrough. Whoops. Too soon. Yeah, because the later ones I can just ram directly into the bottoms of the slopes, and they'll brace me just fine, so... When I did it that way, it did not feel that bad at all. Like, it was not tight. It felt tight earlier because I was slowing down on the donut blocks themselves. I forgot the POW block. Okay, fine, we'll just... Fresh. Hit. Down we go. I am playing with a D-pad. I always play with a D-pad. The issue is the Pro Controller D-pad, like when you go side to side, it occasionally kind of rocks in a way that gives you an up input. And so it does give you some things like the accidental vine climb. I have always played this with a D-pad. The only thing that I don't always use the D-pad for is for flight segments like the P-Balloon or swimming with the frog suit. Occasionally I'll use stick for that. But, whoops. Okay. Too little distance that time. It's a little difficult to estimate that, I think, but we'll just have to get that, you know, sort of by trial and error. And drop down. Okay. Let's not forget the POW block this time. Yeah, at least having the reset door here for the POW block and P-switch does make that fixable if you kind of blow it the first time like I did. But yeah, the up input issue on the Pro Controller D-pad is a known problem, and it is why, you know, stuff like Tetris is much more playable with Joy-Cons. You know, something like Fire Emblem, which is dependent on moving around on a grid. I played out with Joy-Con buttons for sure. Oh, too close. Yeah, Electrodid, if you tuned most of your level design around the stick, that would maybe explain sometimes why there are some disparities in what I find difficult. But no, I can't really play platformers with a stick. With very few exceptions. I felt that I could do Tropical Freeze with a stick just fine. And quite obviously I did. Actually, both of the retro Donkey Kongs with the stick, but they're kind of built that way because they are momentum-oriented, right? That, like, you're not thinking about them on a block-based grid you do with Mario. Like, you just have much chunkier enemies and much chunkier movement all around. So that kind of changes how you do things. Okay. Yeah, because I was too far from the bomb earlier, and when I was too far from the bomb, it did not come down through the donut block, and that's why I was overcorrecting for that and standing a bit too close. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm talking about this time. The breakthrough here was running directly against a wall, not cutting any speed. Oh no, now we're too late. So, I'm glad that you give me a pretty soft reset point here, at least. Whoops. Oh, we didn't drop back really. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll just kind of demonstrate it once more. Yeah, I guess earlier when we were trying that, I did not see how my speed would be doing relative to condition, so do that. Just yeah, the slopes slow you down a lot. That's the issue. It's like, because the slopes cut your speed naturally, right? I gotta practice this because, like, you know, failing on this segment is going to be terrible if we do it on an attempt that is actually going well. Yeah, that now feels pretty tight again. Yeah, no, because earlier on I was practicing it when I'd failed the condition already, and so I didn't realize that to fall on a donut block would actually feel that tight. Whoops. There's an accidental climb again. Let's go back and rework this. Yeah, no, that's once again an accidental climb. Standing on a second snake work? We'll try it. No. No, they cut off before we were able to do that. Yeah, and I think I actually had tried that the first time that I was here, or at least looked at that pattern to think about trying that the first time I was here. Yeah, I may actually be coming off the second donut block too quickly. And if I come off of it at the speed that is required to preserve the clear condition, I feel like then that makes it really difficult to... On the other hand, what if I just... Oh no, I can't ride the first one because it kind of goes right away. Thomasby, welcome back. It's been a while. I can delay more than that, though. I can delay the second snake, but I really can't delay the first one. The first one already drops by the time I... Oh, no, I see what you mean by delaying the second snake. Yeah. That might be the case, then, yeah. Whoops. Yeah, wait a bit longer than the first snake. Let's see, because Maybe I wasn't thinking hard enough about the spacing there. Okay. Drop in. Grab the pout. And yeah, Thomas B, I'm doing well. Hope you are fine as well. Then we will come in and okay, gotta inch forward. Okay, that's a nice safe drop. Alright, so we'll try it with the other method then. See if that does any better. We'll have to be careful about the accidental vine climbs, of course. Yeah, if you were really going for speed, you would take that door if you wanted to, instead of speed record or something. Yeah, because we can sit on the donut block, can't we? For a little bit longer. Okay, no, I think it might be possible. I have to sneak over there really quickly, though. Let's try it a few times. I can try standing on the first snake block for longer in general. Nope. I don't know if that... Yeah, if I hit the vine, then I fail the condition, so... That's the problem with practicing these, is that I can't necessarily practice whether I will fail the condition. Like, I don't know that 100% sometimes. Okay. Like, if I've already failed the condition, I can't see if what I am doing will for sure fail it as well. Yeah, no, that's a little bit tight, I think. I don't think that's going to be it. Looking at it. Hey, Human Revolution, hope you're doing okay. Yeah. Maybe if I hug it all the way and... I don't know, it seems like I need to kind of make it over one space, though, in order to get that to work. Let's try it. I mean, the other method we know works, maybe, because I wasn't able to inspect earlier if I was able to make the loop while maintaining the clear condition from the donut drop. But I was able to make it at least once earlier. It's just that I may have done it in a way that fails to clear condition. Yeah, I don't think that's any easier. Like, I don't think it's necessarily going to be worthwhile. Okay, let's drop in, grab the POW. Okay. Back and forth. Let's have that pop out. Hey, Pergan, welcome. A lot of people coming in. We'll probably cut the queue pretty soon, so I can get through everybody who has come in this time. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do the loop around, I think. Hopefully not fail the condition. Really have to gun it. Oh my goodness, that is so tight. That's okay, we still have the clear condition available, so... Oh no, that was an accidental climb. D-pad is absolutely killing us here. So yeah, at this point it's going to be last call. The those of you who are new here, if you are in queue at the time I close to queue, that's fine, because if you are still online when I get to you, you will play it. And sometimes that requires me to run extremely late, but we do tend to do it successfully. But at this point, if you have any codes that want to submit and are not already in the queue, now would be the time to punch them in, because I'm going to be closing up very soon. Okay. Run around, grab the padlock. I do like aesthetically how you dangled the POW block box, by the way, off that vine sitting over that little angular box of a room. I mean, this is a nice looking level, and a nice looking level in which the vines are functional as traps, I guess. But move that over. And yeah, it turns out, of course, all the slopes are extremely functional as well in order to make the entire concept work. And okay. Let's wait for one more cycle. Almost blew it right there. Oh, no, blew it right there. Yeah, the D-pad issue, very unfortunate. I might even switch to Joy-Cons if I'm failing at that repeatedly. Yeah, it is meant to be a cage, I could see that. Should really just get one of the Switch-compatible Super Nintendo controllers, just for the sake of this game, since, you know, this is the main thing I play on a Switch regardless. Main thing I would lose from that is the HD rumble, which I really do enjoy. Amazing what a wonderful, subtle effect HD rumble has on this game. And yeah, Sonic Heroes, you are right after this. So thank you for your patience and waiting. I know I've been on this one for probably quite some time, but... yeah, this last segment here, giving us tons of trouble. Oh, no. And the accidental climb there is also giving us tons of trouble. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Like, design-wise, this is a clear condition that is, of course, full of possibilities. I feel like, in practice, that it often just feels very finicky. You know, in terms of failing to standing 1 pixel off an edge or something. Oops. Oh, no, we failed that. Yeah. Okay, wow. Hang on. Yeah, I might switch over, but, just to try to get this done more efficiently without dying to more than already are. Oh, nope, there we go. Yeah, Anonymous Gaming, that is how a lot of the endings look when I play. Dying right at the axe. That is something that happens often enough. Nope. Lost too much speed there. Getting a little bit patient, perhaps. You are right about the battery drain, that's true. Rumble, I've had issue. I really do enjoy the HD Rumble, though. I mean, it is something that is based on sound effects, actually. It's just basically, you know, actually a method of sound output. But, like, Hollow Knight uses it really, really well. Odyssey uses it quite well. And I found that there have been a lot of tactile effects here that, in Mario Maker, that go well with Rumble as well. It is wonderful in Animal Crossing. I feel like in Animal Crossing it has basically made fishing much better. Play as Green Boy? Yeah, sure. And that'll kick in with the next attempt. Thank you for cashing that in. Let's wait for the next cycle on the burner. Okay. No. Wow, how... Oh, I see. We accidentally did a little bit of a butt slide on the way up the slope. However, that opens up an interesting possibility. If we... Oh no, that's not going to work. If we do a bit of a butt slide up. Nah, that's just going to bring us down. It's not going to give us forward momentum. Okay. Let me see how long I've been on this. We are going to close up, first of all, as we switch to Luigi. And I'm going to check to see what our online-offline situation is like, just with the queue right now, so I know what is manageable. But yeah, everybody who is currently in the queue, if you stick around, we will get to you. It might be a bit of a wait, but we will get to you. Looks like most of you are still on, right? Let me see how long I've been on this one. From Pendat. Quite a while. We've been on for a while. I'm actually. Yeah, I'll try to give this one more good attempt as the Green Boy after I change my stream title to reflect the fact that we are closed. Make sure the bot reflects that accurately as well. Yeah, queue is closed. Great. Yeah, and I'll try to make one good solid attempt at this, but I feel like the tightness of the last segment is really the roadblock for us here. So we'll just have to deal with that. Progan, thank you for redeeming Skip to Queue. And you know what? I'm going to manage that right now. And for those of you who have been waiting and have suddenly been skipped, do pardon Progan for jumping ahead of you. We will, of course, get to everybody who stays. I'm just going to manage the bot to reflect that. Thank you for cashing that in, and hopefully that's not something that will take too long. Given that I know people who are imminently coming up were very excited and have been waiting very patiently. Let me just bump that up in the back end. And there we go. Okay, so yeah, this will almost certainly be the last attempt unless we really blow it right at the start. Oh, we blew it right at the start. You need your streamer fresh. Yeah, I think that does occasionally have an effect on my ability to solve your puzzles. No, we forgot P block, or the POW block entirely. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, you have to leave soon anyway. Well, I mean, we're probably only going to put in this attempt. Like, this will be my last try at it. Been messing with it a little bit long, but... Okay, so that bomb is going to drop... Oh, no, we failed the condition. Okay, that's... Yeah. Well, you know what? We'll try to at least, like, do the wrap around once without... their conditions, because I've only ever managed this successfully once, and it was probably with a donut drop that was too quick. Like, I really don't feel like I can do it. Yeah, because, like, if I drop like that, the donut drop is just quick. Anyway, that's how the ending looks. We're gonna bail on it, but thank you very much for submitting it. I do think that relative to all of the segments that came earlier, the last segment really does feel too tight. The bomb segment, I think, it felt like a little trial and error in terms of estimating the distance and timing that you would need, particularly because you don't see the burner coming. At least I couldn't see the burner coming, but that was not too much of a concern. That's something that when you learn it once, you understand it pretty quickly. But the last part, you know, even giving me the very generous reset door there, I don't think I could actually figure that out. But thank you for that anyway. A good idea in principle. And thank you for dropping by. So we'll mark that one as a loss. And okay. P7F FFP PBG. Let me actually mark the rewards as redeemed. Unwilling heroes, friend or foe, they're all your servants now. Just your rewards are all cashed in. Good. Alex. Well, Alex will see how you're doing, because we'll see how late we run, because if we have time for you, I'll slip you in. But at this point, I just can't guarantee that I'll get through anybody who is not already in the queue. I don't think I've played this, actually. Unless it's a re-upload. And even if it is a re-upload, I'm not sure I recognize it, unless it was part of your world. 23-minute record, okay. Well, it is a puzzle, so... Unwilling heroes. Yeah, maybe it will... familiar. Okay. This marker that looks very much like a bonsai build. Oh, I can jump again. I forgot I can jump again. Which I know sounds silly, but... you know, that's what happens when you play things for a while that do not allow you to jump. It's, you just forget this kind of thing. Okay, so on-off switch. On-off switch, and something is required to drop. It seems like I would need the poison mushroom to drop after I shield it. Collect it. And then I need to clip its wings, right? Hang on. No, I need to slap it, I think. Like, I bump it across and I slap it. Yeah. I don't remember playing this one. But... like, I would have remembered the solution, I think, if I played it. Anyway, the poison mushroom is off somewhere else, and oh, there we go. Yeah, I guess when it's on wings, it just takes a while to float away and despawn. That's something I do know. There we go. Nope. Okay, we can go back and grab more swords, right? Yeah. helpful. And mushroom refreshes at the point, which is... Yeah, we do need to escort it, don't we? Yes, we do need to escort it over to... Jump block. That's fine. No, I feel like I need to slap it with a sword, but I need to get on a decent side of it first. Yeah, I know it's a sword. I'm just missing. You don't need to tell me. Oh, okay, no. It's because we're trying to jump around to get to its left, and I'm not accounting for how quickly it's going to follow my position. Let's do a nice full jump. Nope. Okay, let's just stand here. Get out of the way. There we go. No, I was gonna shield into it. Position just threw me off. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I've not played this. This is new to me. Oh, whoops. No. It's been a while since I've seen puzzle interactions with the poison mushroom. I feel like I have not seen as many of them recently. I mean, you know, you see them used, of course, for mushroom control levels, where it seems like SMP2 mushroom has kind of taken its place for a lot of that stuff. Having a track you like this, definitely. Some unique interactions. Oh, we need to get around. Yeah, just... Yeah, there we go. Beat it. And that's going to take you up. Great. Okay, Pavlok is going to get rid of the Muncher. Getting rid of the Muncher is probably going to spawn another mushroom. After you spawn another mushroom, you're going to drop with it. Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, let's do that. Oh no, it's going to be a spike ball. Oh, oh, I see. So you need to keep the spike ball alive on the central platform. And then we'll do the spike jump. There we go. Pretty straightforward. And then it is a repeatable checkpoint setup. So there's going to be Bone Shell Room, Star Room, Flower Room. Let's do left to right. Oh, and pipe rooms as well. 7 rooms. Okay, no wonder there's a bit of a long record on this. Okay, let's do doors first and then pipes. Yeah, I should have read that from the available coins, in fact, but not really thinking about coins. Let's scout. Right, the star is just going to give you a limited amount of time to run across there. The PAL block is just there to maintain weight. I see. No, I want to grab the star now, because then I can click this. Interesting that when you do have the star, the mushroom stops tracking you. Unless I have to consume it. It's possible I have to consume it. No. Nope. Okay, star room. Yeah. And there we go. We'll grab the star in advance this time so we can lead the target as it comes over. Yeah, so it does not follow you when the star is... Oh, come on. Get it well out of the way. Oh, I see, and it runs away from you. Great. Yeah. I don't think I've actually seen the star and poison interaction used in quite this way before. That is something unique. I see. So I will need probably some kind of... Oh, no. P-switch is over. Drops into the mushroom. I take damage. As soon as I take damage, I can continue using invincibility frames to go right. Leaving that over. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know what I was thinking would happen. Okay, that. Yeah. Okay, because as soon as I switch into star mode, it repels the poison mushroom, and so I want the poison mushroom to come over here a bit. Give me a bit of space. And then we jump back over. Okay. And it's going to be P-switch activation, followed by on-off. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. We're going to lead the mushroom as far left as we can, just to give ourselves a bit of room to move. No, that's going to be death. However, the way that it's, hang on, I'm going to think about this, because it feels like we would want to either be able to take a hit or repel it with a star. Now, the one-way panel precludes the poison mushroom from coming across there. So, like, if we basically re-grab the mushroom, because we do get a refresh on the super mushroom, and we crouch... no, we're running against a conveyor, so that doesn't work. Okay, we'll think about this. I don't know if I'm supposed to escort a star across here as well. I would doubt it. Because that doesn't make sense relative to the mushroom. Oh, maybe if I led the mushroom back here and then raced it across. The conveyor holds you back, right? Put this coin here. Okay. Alright, so we're going to give ourselves a little bit of time to just drop in directly, and then... I don't think that'll really give us enough speed, but... Yeah, no. Base above the red pipe is used to make the poison mushroom activate faster, okay. You know, there used to be this, sign that was for Poison Awareness Week that was, well, for various reasons, kind of very much beloved by some friends of mine. It was a sign for Poison Awareness Week that was, it had the slogan, "Children run fast, so does poison." And, I don't know, like, it seemed very funny at the time. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna nuke the poison mushroom with the on-off. I can. No, I can't. But no, there's no way to position it to do so. However, no. Watch this, watch this. Feed the mushroom over to the right. Okay. You see what I'm trying to do, right? Like, no, that totally doesn't work, but... Like, it seems like this is well tested against that, but I'm trying to kill the mushroom using the on-off. Yeah, and I totally don't have room to do that. It looks like that was tested. However, no. What if I let Poison Mushroom get ahead of me? There we go. No, and it keeps going. Okay. Never mind. Oh, and there's a one-way panel that defends against it anyway, so that's not gonna work. Yeah, that's just death. Yeah, the king, it is very sad, if you're referring to the fact that I'm already closed up. Program, I suspect that this level is going to have to be a multi-segment one, in terms of, like... I'll learn what I can today. I may have to do the full clear separately, like over this weekend, but I'll learn all the rooms I can. Like, we might not necessarily complete this room, but I'll tour around the other ones just to see what's going on. But, you know, like, it has so many segments that I don't necessarily expect to finish it right now. So, just so you are warned. Yeah. So we're going to take this out. I'll lead the mushroom back here. I think it's still going to beat me the other side. Yeah, particularly because of the conveyor going right and this conveyor going left. I feel like if I went while the P-switch was still active, that was my best shot, because conveyors would still be... Yeah. Because I was thinking, okay, why don't I just try to outrun it, hit the on-off switch such that you kill the poison mushroom here. That looks like it's not going to be exploitable. I just need to think about, like, what it is I can do. Let me think about that. I mean, it looks like it is set up in such a way to make the poison mushroom difficult to kill, because that would be a cheese. Like, it pretty obviously would be easy. Star doesn't go high enough to be escorted across with me. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of puzzle solution to the fact that the poison mushroom is beating me in when it comes to speed. I just don't see yet, but... Okay, P-switch activation. Back. Oh no, that's why you had the P-switch lock here. Yep, yeah. P-switch lock is precisely there to work as an anti-cheese mechanism, because by the time the on-off switch is accessible, the belts are back up. However, this slot here, I'm not using this slot here. That is something that... It's by the red pipe? Okay. Yeah. It's gotta beat it? No. Feels like outrunning it can't be the solution, but on the other hand, it's designed to be pretty inflexible. I'll take one more run at this one just to see if this segment can just be outrun. And then we'll see. The other thing too is that, yeah, no, the P-switch needs to expire before any of that, so it's not like you can just have the belts be deactivated. The belts will be active when you get into the segment after the on-off switch. Okay. Okay, gonna wait this one out. All these skulls here. are acting as a bit of a visual clue, I'm sure. You can, however, just get the poison mushroom onto the belt. Right? No. Belt. Hoping to just kind of escort it all the way across. You know what? No. I know what to do. No, I don't. Because I was thinking, okay, it's going to go all the way around. And I'm going to try to make myself able to take a hit, which I can. Yeah, no, I understand how to do it. I want to let the poison mushroom get all the way around to the one-way panel. When it gets all the way to the one-way panel, I grab the mushroom, I take a hit from the spike. Taking a hit from the spike gives me invincibility frames. While I'm invincible, I consume the poison. So, let's do it. Yeah. Yep, that's how to do it. Grab the mushroom. Get invincibility frames, and then go. Yeah. No? Really? No. Really? I mean, the timing is tight, but I would have thought that, like, not that tight. Really felt like that should be the solution, and I still think I should try it once more. I'm actually surprised that didn't work. But then I feel like it is kind of timer dependent, so. Also dependent on how effectively I run across the conveyor belts that are pushing me the other way. Yeah, we'll figure out this room, hopefully, and then I'll see how we're doing. I'm gonna try it again. Because I really felt like that should have worked. I guess we lost momentum, and so if I'm... No. Not fast enough. Not intended, but might be possible. Okay, so that's not going to be the intended solution. Okay. Alright. Yeah, because if it's a race, it feels a bit tight, and if it's doing it with invincibility frames, it also feels a bit tight, so... I do wonder if there's some kind of interaction I'm just missing. Yeah. Pretty thoroughly de-cheesed as well when it comes to any kind of belt or on-off manipulation. This coin here I feel like I have not been using, and that is an issue. That coin I've not been using, and the property of the mushroom itself, like the safe mushroom, not been using. What do I do with a slot here? Huh. Feels like this is relevant in some small way. And, okay. I just need to lead this as far back as possible and just go. 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 No. Yeah, I don't think speeding through it is the answer. Like, I think there is some kind of puzzle interaction. I don't really understand what the coins are. Like, the thing is, a lot of the coins here are really strictly decorative coins, and so... Let me think about this. Oh, whoops. Okay, sure, we'll look at this one. Wasn't intending to, but... Oh, I see. It's escort. Then... Yeah, that's all escort. Right. And then, yeah, because that's going to drop something, probably a POW out of the jump block that we see there. Yeah, escort, get it on the jump block, probably drops a POW, drop down, and yeah, blowing up that thing somehow. Probably with the stomp. Get rid of the... Alright, let's at least try to figure out a solution to the star room. Definitely do not have it. And it feels like we have definitely also not been using the property of star repelling, yeah, poison mushroom. It seems like there's something going on with that we understand. It seems odd that we would only be using that interaction once. Oh, no, we lost a point. Would it have despawned? Good question. No, it's all the way over there. Oh, and we missed the P-switch activation. Okay, okay. Never mind. Yeah. I'll see. I feel like I have not been making any breakthrough on the last segment. So, I'll drop this. Lead it over. Push it away. And... Let's... Why don't we just grab it? What was I doing? Oh, no, no, we can't just grab it because I need it for the P-switch activation. Yeah. Is there a way to grab it after the P-switch activation, though? No, there isn't. However... No, there's no way to activate the on-off either. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, no. Okay, so you can't cheese it by getting the star down here either because of the double on-off lock. Yeah, I see. So that was something also prevented. Seems like this is fairly cheese-proof, though, at this point. Like, I do need to follow the intended solution of escorting the poison over. Some property of it I just still don't really get. And it might just be manipulating its position while I'm on the conveyor belts, like that. Getting it to follow me while I'm on the belt and going back and forth with some pattern might be the answer. So... yeah, let's see the belts. And see if there's some way we can get its position. No, it's going to be fast belts to the right in places, and so. But if I get the poison mushroom on the fast belts, and if I get it to try to follow me to the left before it goes up. No, I don't think that. Okay. Lead it on? No, it's not going to swing back. It's going to much directly. Yeah, I don't see it. Like, I don't know. It really does not look like it can be outrun. Yeah, we'll almost certainly have to come back after this, and we'll definitely have to cut it off after this room, whether we clear it or not. So for those of you who are new here, if we don't finish long levels, particularly multi-part levels, I usually do a catch-up stream over the weekend to try to clean some of them up. And so that's likely what we'll do with this one and with any other sort of long submissions we get tonight as well. Like, we'll preview them. And if we don't finish, we will try to finish them with more concerted effort. How's this going to work? Not going to go past that panel. Not really going to be destructible. What I can see. What if I lead it? Not going to go far enough to hit the belt. Mushroom is not going to go far enough to touch me on the feet. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm afraid I just don't see it. It's something that was dependent on... Let's see. I mean, I could just try racing it again, but I really don't think that's the answer. It might have to do with the mushroom pattern here somehow. Like, if I can somehow get the mushroom, the super mushroom rather, to pull me into the belt. But yeah, I'm gonna fall onto it. I'm gonna take damage. Going to... Not... Okay, we'll get it on my left side. And then we'll take off. Left, like that. No, it's gonna zip right ahead of me. Not gonna work. I've tried going inside a pipe, and that is not the answer. I actually tried that very early on. I did not expect it to be the case, but I tried it. Okay, this is going to be the last attempt on this room. I mean, you know, I'm going to have to beat it sooner or later, but I just don't have this room. Yeah, no, I just don't understand the last segment, I think, but really might have something to do with that slot that is after the on-off switch, but I don't see how. There's something about the mushroom behavior that I'm not manipulating properly. Oh, whoops, no, that's a mistake. I mean, you know, that does a thing, but that's obviously just a mistake. I can't go back and get another star. I tried that. Because I don't think I can beat the P-switch timer if I do. I can try to beat the P-switch timer, I can try that. But I feel like I made a stab at that. Oh, that's probably why I failed it on the earlier attempt, though. It's just that I was too slow to grab the star and come back. It's quite possible that that is the answer. Now that I think about it, I think I gave up on that too soon. That's probably the issue. But I'm not really sure that's going to do much for me. I mean, it is a star-themed room. You would think that is part of the solution, but... Push this thing. Yeah, so I'll show you what I mean, because I hit the P-switch. Grab a star. Yeah, no, because it's P-locked, you see? Like, you would... yeah, I can try to grab a star now, and... You know what? I wonder if it would just despawn. Because if we can despawn it, then that solves a lot of problems. Nope. No, actually, I would want the poison mushroom to wrap all the way around, but the thing is, it does not wrap all the way around until... Oh, wait a minute. Grab the star, and notice how I can repel it all the way till here. Then, oh, if I grab the star, then I can use the repulsion to try to destroy it. Okay, no. I've got to put in another attempt. I think I have a solution. I think I have something. The idea isn't to grab the star for invincibility. The idea is to grab the star for the pushing interaction. Yeah. And the pushing interaction is the kind of core of this room, right? So we should have been thinking about that in the first place. Okay, let's just wait this out. Drag this over. Right, because then we can just destroy it that way. Yeah. I see. Okay, now we have to get the P-switch going first. And then we'll come back. Moreover, I'm going to open this up first. Then... no, I can't. I have to... do it this way, okay. Then we'll go back, grab a star. Okay. There we go. Got it. Glad I never used a coin above the red pipe. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got it. I am going to adjourn at this point because I feel like that's been successful so far. We will probably come back to it this weekend. Soft remove it for now, and thank you for those of you who have stuck around. I know that was a skip the queue, and I'm sure it made everybody extra antsy. So this is the current state of the list. That includes people who are offline, so it's actually shorter. Looks. Yeah, thank you, Progan, for coming by. Hopefully you can swing around for more streams so we can finish that properly. Sonic Heroes, thank you so much for sticking around so long. I know that you were kind of next up for the longest time. But Twitch believes you are still here, so let's... There's a timing incentive solution to that room as well. Okay, well, I mean, we're going to see it again, so... Let's take a look at Desert Sandstorm. 20% get through the sandstorm and reach the goal, so be pushing against a lot of desert wind. Yeah, thank you for confirming that you were here, and this is going to be something very new. Which already has a decent number of plays, so... Yeah. Yeah, Desert Wind, as I've often said, definitely surprised me with how hard it was to play with when Maker 2 came out. Because, like, my very first level involved Desert Wind, and it's one of the ideas I had in mind from the beginning when I saw the trailer for Maker 2 that showed off the fact that this effect was in. And, it wasn't really even essential to that level, it was mostly just kind of there for flavor. And the thing is, you know, you look at something like this on video and you think, oh, okay, Desert Wind, I totally understand this. We use this in games like Celeste all the time, this has got to be easy to play around. Turns out, it is actually really tough. And in many ways, just surprisingly tough. Oh, interesting that you have the pipe there, as though we had missed some kind of bonus room, but perhaps it's on the other side. Yeah, I feel like I missed something because of that blue pipe, but we'll try to be thorough. Okay. Take down the spike. Okay, we'll just kind of proceed cautiously. I say that, of course, right as I got hit. Drop in. And And there we go. Oh, whoops. That was silly. However, that gives us an opportunity to return to the checkpoint and maybe scan around a bit for that blue pipe is all. Don't think we actually saw the entrance though. I'm just scanning around here just to see. Yeah, that's just how we came in. Could have been from the other side, but who knows. Oh, whoops. Okay, we'll head back there and just try to progress. Okay. Let's throw away for it. Oh, that was rather satisfying. Whoops. And that was maybe not plan A, but yeah, I guess I have not been thorough at all about the coins. I feel like we've missed a bunch already. We only grabbed coins. Yeah, if this goes quickly, we might try to do a coin run, but we'll see how we do. 3 coins, and how close we are to actually doing a full collection. Because, like, the fact that I missed whatever came out before the blue pipe tells me, yeah, I missed a ton of stuff. Look at this. Safety coin there. I missed a ton of stuff. Let's take a look at this one again, just to see if we can do a little bit more to coin path. Leveling up is easy enough that for traditional levels and have some optional content, I do like to try to look at some of the optional content. I'm not going to stay on it too long, and I'm not necessarily going to complete the going route just because there are people waiting, but we'll see how much we missed. Go down to the pipe? No. Okay. Ah, there's one. Hey. So that's something right there. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh, get around a win again. And let's get back on. Whoa! Okay. Okay, here we go. It's gonna be 1 coin already. Just try not to die too badly to wind. That'll take a little bit of work. Surprising amount of work, in fact. Just a shortcut at the beginning of the level? Okay. Unless you're talking about this one. Okay, so that's 1 coin that we previously did not have. I feel like we must have missed a ton of other stuff besides that. That's okay, we'll take a look and we'll try to be thorough. If I'm nowhere close to getting all coins, then I won't necessarily try that hard on it. Oh, you see clouds up there. Okay. That's important info. Don't see vines to get up there, but we'll take a look. Okay, so clouds up there. How do I get up? Could be something invisible. Could be something else. Let's check above the Koopa here. If there's any way to get up clouds. See it though. Thing around a chomp? Nope. Okay, so there's the whole cloud segment up top that we don't have access to, possibly because we would have needed something like a cape. Yeah, I think I totally missed that. So we basically are back down to the coins that we had already seen. And yeah, we actually got fewer coins than we did last time around. Alright. Just in the interest of time, I'm not going to do the full coin run. I am kind of curious about it, though, so... if you want me to do the coin run at some point, you can resubmit this level to me, or of course you could just resubmit something else. Not today, obviously, because we are very much full up. Thank you for that, Sonic World. Sonic Heroes and GX. Mark that as a win. Yeah, it seems like we were a long ways away from the coin route, though. Okay, Hava Bones. Hava Bones, I think, is no longer here. Go to check in, that would be deal. Yeah, Electro Dude, there's absolutely no rush. Yeah, I know it's optional, but you know, with traditional levels, particularly with a high clear rate, I do like doing optional content, since most people won't do it, and you know, the makers put a lot of time into it, so I might as well try to feature that whenever I can. I believe this is going to be an absence, so Colvin is here. Colvin had to duck out, but... Pretendo, yeah, okay, judging by who is on right now, looks like Anonymous Gaming, you're almost certainly next. I'm going to give people a chance to check in first. But Anonymous Gaming, I expect you to be the next one up. Okay, going to do a quick call here for Rectendo. They're gone. Just give that a removal. Okay, Anonymous Gaming. Seems like you were here. Might want to confirm that, I'll punch in your code and see what we're looking at. So yeah, get ready. Okay. Well, we'll see about that. Oh, Mungie. Okay, Slippery Switch, hard. Good luck, it took me 2 days to clear it. Okay. Puzzle solving shooter. Interesting. Zero clear rate. I'm just going to take a look at your clear check time. 1 minute. Okay. Your stream was lagging. Okay, it seems like things are fine now, though, right? Like, I don't think it's anything on our end, at least not from what I can see from my various indicators. My switch will become slippery very soon. Okay. Well, this looks fairly standard, but I could be wrong. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm supposed to hit that, but... Yeah, no, I definitely have to hit that with a shell and then fall into the next platform. That's fine. We know how to do that. Reach the goal while holding a Koopa shell, so I do need to escort a shell much of the way. I don't know why that snowball is relevant. It doesn't look like it would do much for us, to be honest. Okay, no. We need to throw when we are standing still, and then we jump up and recatch. Okay. Okay, yeah. We stand still, we throw, we recatch. That. Okay, and we need to keep the shell. Go. We blew it, but let's scout ahead. Okay. Yeah, it looks like that will be another shell activation up ahead. Oh, Colvin, yeah. Colvin, oh, no, I see why your stream was lagging. Yeah, Colvin, I know I removed you from the queue, but we'll put you back in after this one. Just, Actually, you know what? Let me open up again. Colvin, just, yeah, just get back in there and, this is for Colvin only. If you want to resubmit, I will slip you in since you were here, like, just now. And we just, skipped you because of lag. I see what you mean now. I just totally misunderstood you when you said your stream was lagging. So do put that in. You'll want to do that probably right away, because I am going to be closing up again. Okay. Yeah. You want to do that quickly, though, because otherwise I will once again close up. Yeah, but you know, if you want to add your code, right? So. Yeah, Colvin, we'll move you up. You had a lag problem. Like, I don't mind putting you back in. And I'll just close up again. Moment. Okay. Yeah, and we'll move you up to your former position if people ahead of you don't mind, since, you know, this was a connection error. It was very clear. Just give me a moment to kind of fool around with that on the back end. Yeah, no, it's always terrible when disconnections or lag kicks people, so, you know, when that happens, you just need to talk to me about it, and we're fairly forgiving. So, if you want to do list again, Colvin, I moved you up. Yeah. No, we want this. Okay. Okay. Honestly, this is not too bad. Yeah. Oh, nope. Slipping on the ice here is a little unfortunate, I think, just because of the landing zone. Like, it does seem dependent on a very specific falling pattern. And yeah, jumping into a 2-tile gap there looks a little bit rough, but, you know, you can do it, but it's not comfortable to do it. It's okay. Everything up to this point, though, yeah, it's pretty spacious, so don't mind it so far. Yeah, no, I think this arc is not really that great, but we'll see about that. Oh, the jump certainly is easy. We just haven't done it yet. And we tend to die to easy stuff. Often. Okay. Here we go. Yes. It is, in fact, amazing how often we die to the easy stuff. Well, at least the clear condition makes it very clear that this level is all about keeping one shell. Whoops, nope. Do it. Okay, gonna block that. And whoops. Okay. Yeah. This stuff is all straightforward. Whoops. That was just a terrible release. We going to hang back after we threw it and hit that input a little bit too early. Okay. There we go. And there we go again. Ah, okay, that's fine. Now let's not die to this thing here. I am legitimately worried about this landing. Here we go. Okay, so we need to throw it into the on-off, but we need to recatch afterwards. No, let's get a bit more of a jump. Okay, I was not watching out for that deflection. Did not plan for that deflection in mind. That's... Yeah, I just, I thought I was standing somewhere safe. It's okay. Everything feeling manageable so far. Yeah. Yeah, that arc on the last up throw definitely still feels a little bit rough, but we'll see what we can do with it. Okay. Okay, good, good, good. Okay. Really see where I'm going here. Oh. Okay, so here's the issue with that, is that I cannot see the last on switch scroll in from the camera position. Maybe I'm just going too impatiently, but like I think it's one of those spots where, you know, it's visible when you're making the course, but it's not very visible when you are playing it. Somebody who does not know where everything is. That is the end already, though, so... Okay. Yeah, because I definitely could not see where to go when I was up top, so... Okay, we'll try to work around that. And it occurs to me here that I do still need to obey the clear condition in terms of recatching the shell. That's something I'll have to keep in mind when we head towards the leap of faith, towards the gate. Okay. Oh, whoops, just missed a jump there. Why don't I just grab this guy? For once. It's his turn. He's been patiently waiting his turn. Oh. No. Starting to throw a little bit off center here. Okay, let's not nuke the shell. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I just need a slightly better throwing arc there in order to make sure it lands far enough to catch. That's fine. We'll just work our way back. And back. Yeah, most of these jumps feel pretty comfortable though, so that's nice. Yeah, short bounce there to get into the 2-tile gap that I was so worried about earlier, and I a bit complacent. I thought, yeah, that's not going to give me any trouble. Now on, didn't seem so bad. And of course we slam our faces right into that. Okay, there we go. Nope, miss. Oh, clown car setup. That'll be interesting. Shell level. Yeah, it's too bad some of the clown car interactions got a bit nerfed. Because even though it was just a complete piece of troll bait, the clown car blaster interaction that used to be in the game until the most recent patch, it's very useful just to have things happen quickly. You know, you have a lot of fast-moving triggers that would not be possible otherwise. Still don't like this jump here, but I mean, I'm being incautious about it. Like, it's fairly simple if you're just kind of paying attention, but I think I just generally don't like dying to low headroom, but that's more personal preference. Let's toss this up. I want to speedrun it? Nah, I don't know if I want to speedrun it. I can see why it might be tuned around a speedy path, though, but I'm kind of glad you gave me a relaxed timer so I can just look at all the setups properly. Oops. Okay. Oops. Okay. Well, this is feeling fine. Nice early release. Nope. Yeah, well, thank you for offering me first clear, as always. I mean, you know, this is not really hard necessarily. Like, the last bit does feel blind, but here I'm just losing to a bit of imprecision. But everything, like, it actually feels quite comfortable. You do kind of have to compensate for the momentum from the ice, that's true. Yeah, pardon me, just needed to pause for a moment. Okay. We'll fall in. Put that up. Yeah, that's just a miss. Yeah, it's just very easy to get careless, that's true. But, you know, that's basically how Mario's gonna go. Also how Luigi's gonna go, for that matter. Okay. Yeah, no. This landing zone here, it's just a matter of consistency, I guess, but... Okay. Yeah, short jump there. Off there. Then, yeah. Not much we can do with that. You know, I don't really feel like I'm going particularly fast, to be honest. Like, I think for me this counts as taking it patiently, and I tend to be a slower player than most. Like, basically, if you think I'm taking this fast or impatiently, it's very likely that a lot of players will try to take it faster. Like, I tend to do more stop and go than most streamers I see, so... Yeah, I keep trying to adjust my position there, and that's throwing me off from the recatch of the shell. Okay. Drop in. Okay. There we are. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fairly clear what the trouble spots are for me in terms of consistency. We'll just get those fixed up. Yeah. Sorry about the interruption. I just had a slight irritation in my throat. It's okay. We're not sick. We can speak. Just a temporary interruption. Might be a little bit quieter on the mic as I figure this out just to get my voice back in order, but keep playing. Yeah. Okay. Pretty simple so far. No, our release timing is just terrible. That's all there is to it. And the thing is, you know, taking it any slower than I'm doing already, I don't think would actually do much, because like the timing is kind of going to be the same no matter how quickly I take off. So, go. Okay, make a bit of an adjustment here though. Yeah. Really feels like the spacing there is not always that reliable. Like, you do need a certain trajectory on throw in order to get it to land far enough. But we'll manage it. We've done it before. I just need to get back to the final segment once more. We've only really gotten a chance to see it once. Good, good, good. Okay. Now let's not get hit in the head. Okay. Making progress. So now let's remember the up throw off the on-off switch that is right there at the top. Yeah. You see, it's like it's totally out of view. That's the issue here. Now, here we go. We'll just make a run for it. Okay, it really needs to be an edge jump. I mean, I know it's there. For anybody seeing this for the first time, though, that's going to feel very blind. Both because of the positioning of the switch and also because of the tightness of the landing there, but Yeah, we'll just try to pick up some acceleration off the slippery platform and really jump right off the edge. I think for me, that's the thing that might be throwing me off slightly is that, like, a lot of the early stuff is actually very relaxed in terms of how much room and flexibility you have. So when it suddenly gets tight like that, with the jump at the end, for instance, there is a little bit of whiplash. But that's okay. Like, yeah, because all this early stuff, you know, it's really straightforward, and so just as a matter of tuning, I think the spike in the precision requirement is a little bit unexpected, but we'll do what we can with it. How many hours do I have in this game, Thomas? Let's just say it's not yet at 1,000, but hitting 1,000 is something that is realistic and likely. It is in the high hundreds, which is remarkable because it's only been out a year. This is the most I've played a game in an extremely long time. Like, this, in terms of like one game kind of dominating my playtime to the extent that this has. The last time that happened would have been like at the peak of when I was involved in World of Warcraft, like, you know, back when I was raiding several nights a week. Like, basically streaming Mario Maker several nights a week has become what Warcraft raiding several nights a week used to be in terms of like a regular social appointment that really pumps up my playtime in the game and also gives me some stuff to do when I'm, you know, outside of a regular schedule. So, for example, you know, when I'm, like back when I was in WoW, if I wasn't raiding, I would still be doing other stuff in the game during the week. And it's like that with Mario Maker, where, you know, I might be making, I might be playtesting for people, I might be kind of going over video, doing stuff like that. I might be, you know, playing some stuff that's off-stream, doing ninja speedruns, etc. Yeah, this has by far been the most dominant game in my schedule in many, many years. And, you know, it is going to wind down eventually. Like, I don't expect to keep it up. Yeah, this tile here. I feel like either these blocks should be like maybe one tile down, just to have a slightly better landing zone. But who knows? But yeah, the number of hours I have in this game is preposterous. Like, you know, I remember thinking back in 2017 when I played Breath of the Wild, like, in Breath of the Wild, I put in a ridiculous amount of time into. I basically lived inside that game for a few weeks and had available at the time, and I remember thinking, like, this is a preposterous amount of time to spend on a Nintendo game. It's not going to happen again. I will probably never have the opportunity in my life to play a game this heavily again. Currently, in terms of my playtime stats on the Switch, Breath of the Wild is now in 3rd place, which is, you know, an admission that I play too many video games. Okay. 1st place, of course, is this. 2nd is Fire Emblem. And when you think about the fact that both Mario Maker and Fire Emblem have come out within the last year, if you totaled up, like, all the time I've spent in video games within the last 12 months, most of that percentage-wise is Mario Maker plus Fire Emblem, which, you know, and it's not like I haven't been playing other stuff. I have been dipping into it here and there, but Okay. I cannot believe, given that everything actually feels fairly easy on its own as a jump, that we are still somehow on this. But, I mean, it's satisfying to do. It's just that there's some stuff that I'm doing wrong, like that. Like that should be easy, and I don't know why I'm releasing so early. And there's some stuff that, well, I mean, we've only realistically gotten to see the last jump at the ending once. But, okay. Here we go. Yeah, that's just an early release, but at least the landing arc on a shell is very generous. The landing arc on a shell for the second throw is not so generous. Like, it feels like it's going to be a bit of a guess every time whether I'll be able to catch it. Whether it will land safely. No, that was just a total flub. And yeah, Mario dying at the axe is quite appropriate here. Given that we really just one landing tile away from the gate. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no. Well, yeah, Luigi in the game, but Mario in your emote. I mean, it's the principle of the thing. Fast falling lava actually makes blocks on tracks that fall into it some sort of crate. Yeah, I've been playing a lot with Rising Lava lately, as you know, actually. But, I hadn't really thought about the comparative speed of the falling lava yet, and that might be something pretty interesting to play with, given some of the tech I've been playing around with recently. Yeah. No, the fall in this shell, like, that does not really feel like it's in my control. Because you're falling, you jump really high. Like, relative to the platform you're standing on, I guess. Like, if you're standing on something falling, yeah. I see what you mean. No. Yeah, that spot is, I think, excessively rough. But we'll see. I feel like I'm very close to completing that. I just need to actually get back to the end segment where I've only really been at the end segment, like, legitimately 3 times. Which is surprising, because this does not feel hard. Like, okay, there we go. Finally. No. I'm gonna do a short jump and blew it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that to the editor later, Electrodude, and just try to poke around with it myself. I haven't really been in the editor the last few days. Because again, I've just kind of been cooling off on Mario Maker a bit too. Pace myself, like, it's gonna be, you know, a game that comes and goes in terms of picking up again, so. Gives the moon jump feel, but not the gravity. Yeah, because, what is it? We're midway through June now. We've basically got 4YMM coming in 2 weeks. That, of course, is going to be a very regular fixture of this program. We've got Paper Mario coming in a month, and that's going to disrupt everything. Okay, looking forward to the video. Alright, we, in spite of the fact that I'm so extremely close to this, and I don't know that I can really stay on it that much longer. In spite of the fact that, like, it's something that feels easy and feels like it's totally should be under my control, but it's just that, yeah, one or two wildcard factors, like the shell falling arc and that one switch at the end, that just have been adding a lot of time in terms of having to retry just to get that to sort out properly. So, let's see what we can do with this. And the idea is fine, I just think this is a bit of a strange tuning. This switch, the first switch is entirely my fault. The first switch is very, very controllable. It's entirely my fault when I miss it. The second switch is a bit weirder. Yeah. This interaction is fine. This one's great. Perfectly fine. This one, placement is okay, I'm just inaccurate. This one. Yeah, I think I can. I don't know if I'll... I mean, you know, the whole level is very beatable for me. I'm, of course, adding a lot of time just from inaccuracy. That isn't always the case, but... it's more that as we kind of get to the end of the stream and are trying to get through the queue while closed, I might not spend quite as much time on it as I otherwise would. Yeah, like this segment, it feels like I'm adding tons of attempts just by, you know, the arc not lining up correctly. And I know that part of it is I should just have more momentum going into throwing into the switch. But, maybe I'm just doing that whole thing a little too slowly, but it's not a very obvious adjustment. Particularly with the way that the switch is embedded into the ground blocks up top. But we'll see, we'll see. There's no doubt that I'm capable of beating this from a technique perspective, it's just that, like, it feels like I'm rolling the dice on this spot every time. I really don't think speed is the problem. Because no matter what, it's going to be the same interaction relative to your takeoff time, right? Whoops. So. Like, it's going to be the same accuracy challenge either way. So. I don't think that's going to be the issue. Try it. I really don't feel like I'm going fast at all. I mean, I appreciate a relaxed timer, for sure. I really don't feel like I'm going quickly. And the thing is, like, you kind of need to go quickly, because if you come out of a standing position, you don't get enough momentum to reliably have the shell fall that spot. Like, you would kind of need to go fast in order to get the shell in position. And you can't just land and catch it at ground level either, because you do need to make a bit of a correction for the fact that you are landing on ice. So standing and just turning and catching is not really a great option. But yeah. Yeah, this is a brand new level, that's why, like, there are no clears on it. Yeah, just because, you know, we're kind of keeping people late. What I may do is I may set this aside, and if first clear is still available at the end of the queue, I'll do this one last. Because I am burning like tons of time on it. Yeah, we're gonna pass on this for now. I feel like I can beat it, and because first clear is available, like I might finish with it after I get through everybody who is waiting. But you know, people are waiting, and so I feel like I want to remove this for now, and we'll see how we're doing at the end and how tired I am and how much I feel like I want. Pink Mario, I assume you mean Toadette. Yeah. We'll move on for now. But yeah, thank you for submitting that. We'll try to swing back to it because I feel like I can totally get first clear. And I probably only stayed on that for as long as I did because, I mean, I was very, very close. And, you know, everything individually feels easy to the extent that it is within my control. It's just that, like, the one falling position on that last on-off switch did not really feel like it was. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, Anonymous. And Colvin, thank you for sticking around and coming back after the disconnect earlier. We'll punch her. Okay, impossible level number 2. Wow, okay. It's a lot of impossibility. Just so you know, I mean, I see all these spikes here, and I see no clears on this. Only 4 footprints, though, so the data is probably not really that interesting in terms of the clear data being informative. So you got a clear check time of 3 minute 46, okay. We'll see how we do, because since we are kind of getting to the end of the queue in the stream, like I'm not likely to put that much time into it if it is something that is extremely high precision, just so you know. Take a look. But I won't necessarily spend a great deal of time grinding it out. Of course, I said that for the last level too, but... Okay, generous timer at least. Wonder what the blasters spit out, or if that's supposed to just block them. Yeah, it's gonna give me a bullet. Looks like it's gonna be bullets on the other side then. Okay, that's fine. Need to bounce on it one at a time. Okay, it's gonna be a bit of a long chain, but we can kind of stagger how they spawn. Don't like the swamps kind of motivating you to move right away. I don't really think that's necessary on a loose timer, but, you know, we'll deal with it. Checkpoint up top, Piranha's up top. Okay. Okay, so you got an ice block there. That's interesting. Like we probably would need to use it somehow. Let's just get them all to spawn at once, so we have a little bit of a staircase. It actually looks like I want the bottom rank to spawn last, because then I can stay on the ground platform for as long as I am able. A bit blind. Spike balls roll across lava? Yeah. Oh, I guess if you are in the descent. Okay. No, too tight. Too tight. Too blind, actually. Like, the issue here is that, like, the distance I have to cover is a bit unclear, and so, like, there's nothing at the level that's kind of signaling to me what kind of pattern I should be looking for. That's just a matter of visual clarity, right? Like, because the point isn't just to, you know, make life hard for the player. The point is to, when you're thinking about difficulty design, like, sort of set up a problem for the player to solve that gives them enough clues to solve them in terms of, like, being able to see where you're going and being able to estimate, like, what kind of room you have when it comes to landing zones. Having a double spawn like that is going to help considerably. See if the bullets actually stay reasonably in place. Probably not. Yeah. Because the issue is that, like, it does become difficult to plan around how far you can ride. But we'll... It's kind of see this, and yeah, we'll get a second wave going because it seems necessary. Okay, mess that up. Okay, we'll just let that bullet sail. Yeah, landing on this location with some bullets to spare, and multiple bullets to spare, seems necessary. Strangely, it only works with auto-scroll. Yeah, actually, no. Electrodude, I know why that would be the case, because if you test Rising and Falling Lava with and without auto-scroll, you'll notice that the speeds actually behave differently. Like, if you maintain the same speed setting for Rising and Falling Lava, but you change the whether or not you have auto-scroll and also your auto-scroll speed, the auto-scroll speed affects the lava speed. It's very counterintuitive, but it is definitely the case. And I know that because I was testing pretty much all the different configurations of scrolling speed versus lava speed when I was playing around with the lava in my own right. And that's why you would have things that only work if auto-scroll is on. So yeah, I totally understand why that might be the case. Yeah, because I was testing certain mechanisms that were dependent on the rising lava timing, and I was doing it, you know, with and without auto-scroll to see what would feel better in terms of game feel. And yeah, that's when I realized that I had something designed for auto-scroll or to design something without auto-scroll and then switch the setting, that the mechanism would just straight up not trigger, even if everything was in the same spawn position and even if the lava speed was identical. It is definitely different. I haven't gotten any kind of precise measurement on it, but it is definitely different in some way. I'm gonna take a hit here. Yeah, this seems like a bit of a camera issue, to be honest. Can't see where I'm going. Yeah, I'm only going to put a few more attempts on this because I feel like it's a lot of guesswork in the early segment. But okay, we'll see what we can do with this. Yeah, because like you do kind of have to guess how to sustain these as much as possible, and it also doesn't help that when you jump onto bullets, you can't see this tile here as a landing zone. And now, of course, these are just too high for me to jump on. Like, if you are up high jumping across the bullets, the camera is also too high for you to see what the safe zone is going to be. So the two-tile safe zone is like practically... you know, I do have to guess where it is every time because if I'm just going through the blank space of the background, I can't actually count tiles in terms of how far I am in the level. So think the tuning definitely needs a bit of work. I'll definitely need at least the presence of one bullet, possibly two, to make it through to Koopa. Once I make it through to Big Koopa, the other Big Koopas will follow. The fact that the clear time on this is 3 minutes also tells me I'm not going to finish this, given how early I'm dying to stuff that I'm not really able to predict. Okay, we have this bullet this time though. Oh, and we need to ride more bullets here? Yeah, because I seem to see that this would be based on an extremely precise bullet preservation pattern in terms of like leaving a certain number of bullets alive and on screen in a way that I'm totally unable to guess. Like, there's no way I can actually anticipate what the requirement is. I'm only going to kill one bullet and I'll leave one alive and we'll see if we do any better. But now we're going a little too fast to preserve that bullet. See? So it seems like I need to have some bullets that are on screen that are ahead of me in order to get past that ground platform comes later. But yeah, it's just too blind, I think. There is a spike after the grass spot, okay. Okay, I guess I didn't scroll far enough ahead to see it, but again, you really do need to think, I think, about the camera and what the player is able to see if they're not very familiar with how the layout looks in the edit. Because general principle is that something that looks fine in the editor might not look fine when it's actually played, you know, from the player's camera perspective. Always need to look out for that as a designer. Yeah. No, I don't think I'm able to do this tonight. But thank you for submitting. I mean, you did label it as the impossible level number 2, so we have certainly not made it any more possible. Mark that as a loss. Thank you for coming back in regardless, and we'll move on. Yeah, Electric Jet, I would expect it to work with water. The speeds in the physics when it comes to water and lava are almost entirely identical. I've had maybe 1 or 2 very slight differences when it comes to things like shell flotation, but I think, like, you know, lava mechanisms are always so difficult to test, so I actually test them in water mode most of the time, because the timings do line up properly. So let's go back to yours. A69. Well, GG. So yeah, Electric, you were saying something about the 50% team shell level that I apparently didn't finish. Thought I did finish it. Yeah, because when was it? It was single shell surfing? Yeah, I totally did it. No, that's the 0.8% one. Okay. Oh, this one. Yeah. Subterranean spike pulse saving. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's right. We totally did not beat that one. Okay. Like I've been saying, we are getting close to the end. Won't be staying on it too long, but I might as well get a little bit more practice into it. Yes, this one. Yeah, I remember. Okay, just need to kind of get myself in a mode of reading this again. No. Why am I using that block? I should not be. Oh, no, I am using that block for shell jump. Yes, that's right. That's right. I just need to get into mode of reading this thing again. A little bit closer? Okay. No, I remember I got quite a bit further than that. The mechanisms still feel pretty crisp. It's nice to have everything be responsive again. Also, since you don't play with Rumble, I suppose you would not know the joy of a Rumble when everything kind of explodes for the early setups in this level. You have not experienced it yourself. Whoops, too early. Now clearly that is a shell jump off a throw into that block, though. No, that's a toss. Need to release, bounce. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I know, and it drains your battery and everything, but you know, whatever works. Well, I'm kind of glad I have good company in terms of dying at the first jump. I know I got past it last time, though. I know for sure I got past this. I just haven't seen it in a while. Too high. Okay, a little far, I think. Need to get back into shell jump mode again. A mole bounce after that. Okay, that's just a miss. Straight up miss. Yeah, just need to get into a better position. I should be going straight up out of... Let's jump here. No, too far. Way too far. Too soon? Okay, too late, but then we're correcting in the proper direction and try to adjust my timing. There we go. Then that's a throw, and then, yeah, throw into the on-off, which is a bounce, and there's a skull platform after that, which is something that I can't remember. But I do remember getting that far, so... I'm either too close or I missed a timing. Okay. Well, that... Yeah, I mean, I guess depending on your falling arc, yeah. See what you mean. Nope, I want to clip it like that. Even if I'm far, yeah, if I hit a timing, I'll make a shell jump. That's... Yeah, I understand how that works. feel like I do a little too much mid-air adjustment sometimes instead of just trusting position. Okay. Oh yeah, I just reacted poorly to that. It's just a single bounce. Single bounce gives me the shell, and then I have the shell throw and the landing. Okay. Yeah, I think the initial setup of the spike ball kind of preparing all the shells does make it a little bit hard to see at first where I'm going. I mean, I know where I'm going now, but you see how by the time I'm kind of thinking ahead to the red shell, I still have a lot of the destruction effects that are covering it up, right? Now I know what to do, but I can see why I was having some visibility problems with that early on, simply because it is a busy part of the screen. We're doing better at this, though. Okay, that's good. Pick up there, and then... Huh. Think about that next row. And, yeah, I mean, the rumble's cool, though. I do know how it looks now. It's more that, like, you know, when you're kind of seeing ahead what's going on with the screen, like, you can't actually see the red shell until you're right there, on top of it. I mean, that's only something that's specific to this because it's early in the level and you're scrolling into it right away. I think it would be much less of an issue. Simply if the first part were longer, but the pacing is fine as it, so I'm not recommending a change or anything, obviously. I'm just saying that that's one of the things I might be having trouble with being able to see what it is. But yeah, as long as I understand every time that I just need to single bounce off the red shell spot going forward, I think I'm fine. Okay. I'm too early not to catch the shell, but rather too early in terms of too far left to clear the spike. There we go. Okay, that... Yeah, it looks like I bounce off, and then I throw the red shell. And then I have to land on the buzzy shell. I'll be landing on a buzzy shell, it'll clip to the left, bounce off of it, I will throw the red shell, and then there will be a landing after that. Still have to get the timing right. Okay, that was a slightly poor release on my part. I think it was a release. Otherwise, that was looking okay. Late release there again. Yeah, no, I see, because it was the brick that is buried under the blade. And that's the target for the shell throw. What's going to deflect the red shell. Just gotta rehearse this. Till such time as it comes together. Nope, just bad landing there. Going a bit smoother to get past the first part, at least. Yeah, release and then land, and then it's on to the setup with the spiny shell. Okay. Well, I mean, I've managed to get this down a few times. It's just a matter of getting it a little bit more consistent. Of remembering the shell timing and spacing that works. And yeah, we'll see what we can do. Oops. Nope, just came in a little bit. Yeah. A little bit off on shell landing there. But yeah, I'll have to look at that lava tech afterwards for sure. Thanks for sending it over. I feel like I need a break from dealing with lava for a while now. As far as making it, you know, you never know. Definitely felt like there's more to do with that. But the thing about working with poison and lava levels is that on one hand, they let you do so much that looks clean just by virtue of letting you hide a ton of your tech off screen or bury it under the lava or poison. The downside is that debugging and timing everything is just an absolute pain sometimes in terms of, you know, not having the visibility, first of all, and also having to test it in the context where you just can't move into that area because you'll take damage right away and, you know, have an instant KO. But yeah, the awesome lamp, that's, you know, that's how Mario goes. It's partly I think it's because, you know, with easy jumps sometimes I just get very complacent. Whoops. And yeah, I've definitely observed before that, you know, one of the things that really kind of separates the cream of the crop when it comes to people who are just very technically proficient at Mario and are doing super expert stuff all the time, that are just much more consistent about not being sloppy. And because of that, they can grind things out in a much shorter amount of time, simply because they lose fewer attempts to, you know, what I do, which is dying on the easy stuff. And moreover, when they get timings down for things that they've practiced very well over a long time, such as the shell jumps. Yeah, I missed that shell. You know, they can get it down consistently very quickly, and then they can recreate their position very quickly. And it's something that I noticed quite a lot just when I watched a lot of the top speedrunning players, for instance. How well they do with brand new content, like these speedruns that come in. Because, you know, they are doing constant restarts just like everybody else. They have to, you know, kill a lot of attempts when they make mistakes. They do that just like everybody else, but when they find something that works, they're still much, much more consistent about being able to keep the method that is successful, or the optimization that they've made, or the corner that they've turned. Like, they can just do that with much less repetition once they have it down. It makes a huge difference to the way you play the game. And yeah, Electrodew, whenever I test those kinds of levels, I always have to, you know, just spawn in from the pipe or the door that is the entrance, and I just have to run the whole thing from scratch over and over, like even if I make a one-tile adjustment. Just because, you know, otherwise you can't see the mechanisms, so, you know, you can't really guarantee what's going on. You can, of course, switch to water mode to see the mechanisms rather, but there are a couple of things that don't work in water mode. So, for example, if you have things like bomb detonations that are dependent on lava or poison, or if you have enemies dying and being taken out of play, that's dependent on how they fall into lava, right? Like, that stuff is not going to work when you test it in water. But at least the mechanisms work in water. So, yeah, and, you know, I know you're running into all that stuff yourself. But yeah, whenever I build with lava, I have to build, like, maintenance routes, basically, that are just specifically to make the level testable. Not really dev routes, just, you know, spots that allow me to stand and inspect what's going on. Debug rooms, basically. Yeah, good to get a little bit of a refresher on this before we, you know, hopefully press through it a little more seriously. Yeah, I remembered getting as far as that Spiny for sure. I definitely was past that point, and I had noticed at that point that there is something going on there with these spike balls maintaining an open path through crushing the bricks that are in the bottom rows. I don't think I'd actually made it much further. Now, just as a, for the sake of time, like, obviously I do not expect to finish this one today. This is more of a practice session, and so I will only be putting in a few more attempts just so we can get through the remaining people, without keeping them waiting too much longer. But I certainly appreciate getting to put in a little bit more practice again. I think this is one that, like, with a sufficiently lengthy grind, we can do it. Like, all the obstacles are manageable, you know, just a certain percentage of the time. And they feel quite crisp, actually. Yeah, I'm late on that throw. It needs to be an early throw when I'm going upwards. Nope. Early on this pro. Yeah, a bit low on that jump, actually. Until I was off target. And yeah, we'll just... get that cleaned up. Okay. Yeah, sometimes just kind of rolling the dice on that until we get a good attempt. First shell jump is feeling better and better every time, though. Coming in a bit too low to pick up a red shell. Yeah, we'll try to get in at least one more good attempt. Whatever that means. Yeah, too early on that release, I think. Yep. Okay. And yeah, we'll just... And yeah, that was a shell jump that was much lower than usual, but it still gave me enough clearance. It goes further and lower than usual, but as you were saying, spacing there is not the issue, so... Spacing there actually felt pretty relaxed. Yeah, there's a lot more flexibility to that first shell jump than I initially gave it credit for. Yeah, we'll try to get in a good attempt. No, that's not a good attempt. But yeah, I'm always impressed with seeing people get this stuff down quickly. And again, you know, it's because they just have significantly more practice. If they're players who have been doing these kinds of levels for doing shell jumps for years, no surprise that they would just have it down pat. In the same way that, you know, experienced standard Mario players would have a lot of stuff that we take for granted as well that new players would have trouble with. Like, I realize sometimes watching some streams by less experienced Mario players that, you know, just sort of understanding how to control a high bounce off an enemy is surprisingly challenging for people who are not really used to that idea. Controlling bounce height in general. It's not something we necessarily think about. Like, we think about doing it wrong, but we don't think about it as something that is hard, right? Like, we make mistakes with it, but when you have a bit more experience with Mario, you know, you don't feel like that's something you have to learn how to high bounce versus low bounce. But it's one of those things that's a surprising obstacle for newer players, at least from what I've noticed. Okay, I don't have the shell throw timing down. We're trying to converge upon something decent there. And that release timing is still a little bit off. Probably a bit late. Yeah, I would love to at least progress past the spiny, but again, that's dependent on whether I can get that shell jump. That is not guaranteed. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna cut at this point. But it's certainly useful to kind of get warmed up with that one again, because I feel like it is something that we can do with a lot of practice, but, you know, looking at the level and the spiny shell is actually a reasonable distance in terms of how much we've covered. And so it is something that I think, you know, with a lot of repeated visits, we can eventually get. Yeah. Well, thank you once again. It is almost your turn. I know, Thomas, that it's probably coming up to like 6 a.m. your time, but pays to be nocturnal. Awesome Lamp and Thomas, I think it is actually just you two left, because I don't know if Lizard 2'd around. I don't think they... So we're going to finish with Awesome Lamp and Thomas. Okay, gotta keep my 5s and S's separate. 5LS, EX, 6, G. Now, was this a... Oh, it wasn't a world submission, right? It was just, pick something. A choice, okay. Given that it's late in the stream, I'm going to be picking something on the easier side for sure. But I think I've already played your hardest level by far, so... after making it through the cavern, Mario's ready to face Martin. Got some caves. Yeah, 8% sounds nice. Let's just do Cavern Castle then. Sounds like it might be something that is in your world, but we'll just look at it individually now. Yeah. Oops. Sure, let's get a 10 coin. We do that to ourselves. Okay, no, that was just an accidental wall jump. But it seems like a wall jump is probably a good way to get out of there quickly, so... Thought I'd try that at least. Oops. Anything up top? I'm concerned about whether there's a ceiling that I can't see. Oh no. Oh, you can just get on top, okay. I feel like this might have been unintentional, but unless it is meant to get you to a warp zone. Okay, that's fine. It's not too big a skip. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's not like Nintendo didn't do that themselves all the time, starting from 1-2. World 2 Castle, okay. And currently you only did have the 2 worlds anyway, right? So, but I think you might still be working on that. Okay, so Propeller Hat. Propeller Hat in a level that actually has a fairly low ceiling, which is fine. It might actually work better in some ways because you're not scrolling off completely. Of course, the risk with the Propeller Hat when you are dealing with swamps is that the Propeller Hat actually prevents you from landing safely on things that you could normally land on safely with a spin jump. Like, basically, you don't get to do spin jump landings on things. And that's my issue with the Propeller Hat generally. And why, like, I'm glad they put in the Acorn to give NSMBU something a little more versatile. Because it is kind of strange the way in which the Propeller Hat actually makes you weaker. I'm not sure about that timing there, in terms of doing it without taking damage. However, the nice thing about the Propeller Hat is that Toadette looks marvelous in it. Looks absolutely marvelous. Like, Toadette just rocks that look. Hey, love the colored pipes here, actually. It's a nice looking room. Particularly with the sort of slight mismatch in the top and bottom color patterns. It's a colorful room. Like, it's, you know, using pipes in a strictly non-functional sense, but a very aesthetic sense in a way that keeps the surface a little bit uneven. Yeah, it's, you know, quick and simple, but that's what we were kind of going for today, was traditional level that's sort of on the simpler side. Like, it's one of those where, like, I do wonder about some of those swamp margins kind of as you get to the end of the first segment, particularly because, you know, the propeller is difficult to balance around, I think, in a level like this. it's nice that a propeller gives you height, but a propeller also just removes the spin jump, and so, like, you know, you kind of have to think about what the trade-off is. But it worked. And thank you for that, and we'll go on. Yeah, and I know you're here. Good to have that confirmed anyway, but let's take a look at 4GFPX HQG, and this will almost certainly be the finisher. Okay, so yeah, no uploaded Super World, so I guess we'll just pick something, right? Unless you have a very specific request. I feel like we did an earlier version of this one. Oh yeah, re-upload. Festival Dash, I don't think we have seen. Dash through a dangerous obstacle. And you have some things that refer to world in progress, which we'll probably wait for the world to actually be complete. So let's do Festival Dash. Yeah, 3 to 4% sounds pretty reasonable as something I'd want to finish on. So, and this looks very well played and well liked. You say 40 seconds, but there is actually a sub 30-second record on it, so looks like there will be a generous margin. Oh, whoops. Yeah, long jump, long jump. Just so you know, and I know you don't have track indicators in 3D World, but I see that you're trying to use the question blocks as a Z indicator. It mostly just looks like a number 2 to me. I don't think I necessarily need an indicator of that, but, like, I guess it depends on what kind of experience the player is bringing in with them. Yeah, first segment's going to go down pretty quickly. Oh, no, that's a long jump. Yeah. No, it was very clear to me that it's a long jump. I just needed to see it once or twice. Yeah. And it's a very much reaction time kind of level. I feel like for levels like this, you don't really necessarily need a continuous coin trail. Continuous coin trail might actually make it harder to see in some ways, but because, you know, it's sometimes difficult to say. Like I know it's a way of keeping the player sort of on track and accurate, but at the same time, there is such a thing as so much of a visual response from taking the correct path that, you know, the information from the coins all looks kind of equally relevant or irrelevant. Yeah. Basically, I know there's kind of different competing philosophies about how to do guidance in a speedrun design where the timer is necessarily going to enforce a little bit of precision anyway. But I feel like you don't need, like, every coin, because, you know, and I don't mean you need to change its level or anything, I'm just saying, like, future reference for speedrun levels like this, that, fewer coins and fewer effects is probably better, because, like, you have to react very quickly to things as they come on screen, and so, like, it is a level that has to be made to be played blind, right? And as you can see with how quickly I'm progressing through it, I am able to play it blind. But it is, while like, trying to filter out a lot of the information that is coming in through the coins. Like, I'm actually trying to, you know, look at how I can see past the coins rather than actually follow them accurately. And no, I know the timer isn't right because I saw the 28-second record when I was coming in. But it's fine, I don't mind a bit of extra room. I mean, obviously I can't have room to do this repeatedly and miss repeatedly. At least I have a little bit of room for mistakes. And I prefer it that way, I don't need it to be that tight. No, I'm just saying in terms of guidance when it comes to a level is that, like, you know, with a speed run, like, the timer does some of the work to... Whoops, I keep forgetting that jump. The timer does some of the work to make sure the player has to stay on track anyway. And I mean, I know too that this is also based on a festival theme, and so that's why you have all the fireworks and all the coins as well, that you want it to fit the kind of festival motif. I'm just saying that in general, I'm kind of more of the philosophy that with speedrun levels, you don't need a continuous coin trail. Or even that it might be easier without a continuous coin trail in terms of visibility. But it's alright. I know that, like, it's very much the point of this level to kind of have it look spectacular and explosive with all the fireworks everywhere. I do realize that. I don't even mind, like, you know, all the Podoboos coming up at the end towards the thwomps. Like, it's hard to see, but at that particular segment, it's not a big deal that it's hard to see. It's very straightforward, so... about 2 seconds off the record, and that is Festival Dash, so... yeah, for a speedrun level, I mean, you know, very good effort for a speedrun level, I think, particularly in 3D World. Like, the actual pathway and the spacing and the timing relative to the effects is good. I would say that if you're making more speedruns, because the player is always trying to sight read new information that is coming in at a very high speed, you don't want to give them too much information to look at. So fewer coin trails and fewer effects are probably better for this style of level. I don't mind, however, you know, kind of spectacular little effects like the Podoboos coming up at the end, because they don't actually occlude your ability to see the pathway. And I know that, you know, in some cases you actually do want the coin trails to be there as something that the players can trust, because it's easier to see them in some places than on-off switches or P-switches that they have to hit, right? But regardless, the pathway was a lot of fun, and the timer was relaxed, and, you know, the dash panels, which often feel very unwieldy in a lot of other 3D World levels, actually felt perfectly fine here. So thank you for that submission. We'll mark that as a win. And yeah, hey, how's Champions Road doing? Am I still fourth clear on it, or I think I was? I'm just kind of seeing, like, how people are doing on this thing. Yeah, I was really the last one to beat it, and I can totally see why. So yeah, this one we had done in an early version previously. Glad to see it up again, but that'll be it for this session. Yeah, and I was number 4. I was clear number 4 on that one. So that's going to be it for me. And yeah, as usual, I'm going to see who is open for a raid at this hour. Hopefully somebody who's starting viewer levels, but I can't necessarily guarantee that, given that this is a bit of a strange block of time for a lot of streamers. So thank you for watching. Those of you who are saying good night, definitely get some sleep. Yeah, and I'll pass you on to somebody, and of course, like, good morning/afternoon for those of you who are in time zones that are entering that. As far as plans go, I will likely be doing more of a backlog-centric stream this weekend. Sometimes on weekends we've been opening the queue up again, but it kind of depends on how long some of the levels go, because I might do... I might take some queue submissions and I might not. Like, I can't really guarantee that yet. As we head into the end of the month, we will definitely be starting to feature 4YMM, including some levels by the makers of 4YMM. So that's something to look forward to. And until then, it's going to be the same pattern that we've had so far of just about, you know, 3 viewer level sessions a week usually. And yeah, thank you all for dropping by. I'll send you on somewhere, and good night / good morning, wherever you are.